It seems the hero has now adapted quite well to the element of earth. The town inn uses bricks he made. That's why he filled the entire inn with his mana and implanted memory retention into his brain. He then recreated the inn's structure using magic. He said his experiment in recreating the hotel was a success. Some time ago, the hero woke up realizing he couldn't move and his head was foggy. Had he really been in an accident? A girl was walking quickly toward him. The girl thought he was hungry. The hero assumed this beautiful lady was a nurse, which meant he was in a hospital. She cast a spell and turned on the light with her finger, and then he realized with horror that this wasn't a hospital. He quickly realized he had entered another world and that magic existed in this world. This was not Japan, nor the world he knew. His body moved on its own. Not only did magic exist, but such a young lady was his mother. Reincarnation into this world was the best thing that had ever happened to him. He began a new life as a child, still unaware of his name, though he knows he is the third child of Ashira and Mary. It turns out he can only receive his name at a naming ceremony held by the Holy Church when he turns 6. The attention from everyone around him made him uneasy. In any case, he was genuinely curious about the existence of magic. He looked around, and judging by what he saw in his room, there was no lighting, which meant there was a chance that possessing magic was commonplace in this world. That's because they use magic to create light themselves, and that means one thing. This meant that the hero knew how to use magic, and his heart was already captivated by the mere feeling that he possessed 7 types of magic. He decided he had to try it immediately and extended his palm forward to use light magic. But nothing worked for him, and the attempt at magic failed, and Mary, hearing his hysteria, began to calm him down while he was thinking in his head what a loser he was. He decided he needed to change his approach. First, he would observe his family when they used magic, and then he would figure out how they did it. Mary noticed that he was already awake. The girl used magic while he watched carefully. Somehow, he saw some kind of energy flowing out of Mary's body. It seemed this energy was necessary for using magic. While he was discussing this, he made baby sounds, and the girl noticed that he really did love to talk. He thought that his vocal cords had not yet developed enough to cast spells, but he would find the energy that slept inside him and train it. And now 3 years have passed since then, as he devoted his days to training his mana. But he still couldn't use magic and was hungry. Furthermore, he always feels hungry because his family is very poor. Poverty was wearing him down, even though he was only 3 years old. The hero decided that he needed to start growing his own food starting today. There are several types of mana, one inside the body and one outside. Even the air contains mana. You can inhale external mana and combine it with internal mana. Since Kaken realized this, he began to combine these types of mana within his body, controlling it so it spread throughout his entire body. Thanks to this, he could now refine his mana effortlessly, and this at just 3 years old. However, he won't be able to use magic unless he receives a name at a naming ceremony until he turns 6. Although he will only be able to use simple life magic such as light, fire, or water. His parents only know how to use everyday magic and nothing more. To use magic, he went through many mistakes since he was a child. Finally, for the first time, he felt a response. He took a deep breath and slowly connected the internal and external mana together in his lower body. He pulled it up to his chest and distributed it throughout his other limbs. He needed to pull it out as soon as the mana reached every tip of his body, and he needed to be careful not to miss anything. Although slowly, it was necessary to rotate the mana around the body smoothly. External mana is like a light gas when it's still suspended in the air, but the refined mana within his body has turned into something like a thick liquid. He needs to gather the overflowing mana in his palms and pour it all into the ground. He did everything with concentration. He ordered himself to calm down because he couldn't lose his concentration. He'd done something similar up until this point, but he'd cast the spell carelessly and the mana he'd been pouring into the ground dissipated. He commanded himself to imagine it because it's important to imagine it the way Khan did it with his mana. It's no exaggeration to say that the foundation of the field is the quality of the male. Soft, fluffy soil, it's warm to the touch and rich in nutrients. The soil which was found in his grandmother's village was filled with all the necessary fertilizers. The field was designed to receive sufficient sunlight. The soil was well plowed and weed-free. He patted the ground. He looked at it with surprise that he had succeeded. He estimated that the beds were about 10 meters long, not ideal, of course. Although they were farmers, they had to work on hard, weed-filled soil, not the best for planting. The hero had never seen a single agricultural machine. Technology in this world was apparently undeveloped, but he still managed it. The magic was fairly simple, but nevertheless, for the first time since he arrived in this world, he was able to use it. He was glad because this was only his first step. Suddenly, he shuddered. He said that apparently using magic required a lot of energy, so he should start planting. He planted 20 root vegetables, which mature in just 20 days. They're the same kind of food poor farmers feed their livestock, and they're useless vegetables. They look lousy and taste even worse. But it didn't matter what he thought of them, he had to eat. Honestly, up until that moment, the hero hadn't been particularly happy about his rebirth. Carrying a heavy bucket, he began to water the ground. He said that the work was still too hard for a 3-year-old and that watering took a lot of effort. 5 days had already passed since his first attempt at magic. He tried to work on the soil every day, and now it had softened somewhat. He was surprised to see that the flowers had already bloomed. Flowering plants herald a good harvest, but only 5 days had passed while it should have taken 20. It's clear that this happened too quickly, and it's equally clear that this is abnormal. However, nothing can be done about it. He pulled the first fruit from the ground. He was amazed by the sheer number of them there. Usually, only a few edible fruits grow, but he had about 10 in his hands. He dropped one fruit into a basin of water. Deciding to give it a try, he bit into it. It tasted absolutely disgusting, but he smiled. And so began the farm's revival. After improving the soil, he began sectioning, and he noticed the vegetables in his field were growing much faster. Typically, 20 crops mature in 20 days, but his were ready in 5. What he ate in his past life was delicious, fresh, and beautiful to look at. Selection takes a long time. And yet there is something about this place that is different from ordinary things: magic. He ate and said that, of course, he knew little, but vegetables were growing and he should take advantage of this, and hoped that he would be able to improve the taste. But even so, he didn't understand how to do this. He recalls a story about green peas. The folds on 1,000 pea pods were once counted, and with this data, the principle of heredity, Mendel's law, was discovered. Currently, the hero has no 20 varieties to crossbreed. First, he needed to identify the characteristics of these 20 species. He pulled out a couple, thinking that they differed not only in their roots but also in their stems and flowers. Some were simply black with a purple tint. Some were smaller, but there were more of them in a bunch. There were white flowers and yellow ones. He had to compare them all, including the taste, but they were simply disgusting. Now that they were separated by species, the crossbreeding could begin. The field was divided into 6 sections, each for a specific species. Although the hero started doing this to provide himself with food, it has now become his regular activity, and he realized something. These vegetables also turned out to be magical. The magic he devised combines internal and external mana, so when he uses magic, a mixed type of mana is used. If he tries to mix his mana again, his internal reserves will be completely depleted, and then he won't be able to use magic. If that happens, how will he restore his internal mana? Of course, mana does regenerate over time, but not as quickly as one would like. He learned this when he constantly ate only root vegetables and concluded that if he consistently ate these vegetables, his mana would regenerate much faster. But it takes some time for the results to be visible, so he hadn't noticed it before. This raises an interesting question: which fruits restore mana the fastest? Different 20 fruits restore mana at different rates. After tasting the fruit, he realized the taste hadn't changed and decided to look into it later. It all started with simple curiosity, but now the hero wanted to find the type that restored mana better than others. He really enjoyed discovering something new every day. He thought about how he definitely needed to compare all the 20 varieties and cultivate the one that would be most useful. After all, he too had limits to his mana usage. If only there was a faster method. He thought that if he remembered correctly to sort the different types of rice, his seeds were dipped in salt water to see which would sink and which wouldn't. All the 20 seeds would have sunk. For now, he simply decided to expand the field, as all this thinking was so tiring. He opened his eyes and remembered that at first it had been difficult to concentrate with his eyes open, but now he was used to it. He saw a strange glow. He didn't understand what it was. His heart seemed to be trembling and everything became so blurry. A sudden realization dawned on him that he needed to concentrate the purified mana on his eyes. He saw blue flames raging right in the middle of the field. He tore out a plant, and his suspicions that the blue flames were coming from the 20 were confirmed. The blue parts of the root literally evaporated into thin air. He, not realizing what it was, began to check other fruits. He thought that perhaps the bluest fruits would definitely restore the most mana, and in other words, the blue flame was mana. After that, he continued to watch, concentrating mana on his eyes. It turned out that in a cluster of 5 or 6 fruits, the largest one contained the greatest amount of mana. Day after day, he continued his research, and now, at 5, he continues to discover new things. The hero found a form that restores a large amount of mana, but it doesn't happen very quickly. When he concentrates mana on his eyes, everything he sees around him changes from the intense color. Everything he learned about the color blue and magic helped him regain his spirit. He thought with a smile what would happen if he concentrated mana on other parts of the body, and how come this hadn't occurred to him before, and such thoughts weren't wrong. Until now, he had simply been pouring his mana into the soil, but now he can use the mana without letting it leave his body. So when mana is concentrated on a particular part of the body, physical abilities are enhanced. Thanks to it, he can easily water vegetables and expand the area of his fields. He suddenly thought that if he could strengthen his body parts, what about his internal organs? If he could enhance his ability to digest food, perhaps the amount of mana he could absorb would also increase. After testing this theory, he found that the amount he consumed and absorbed increased significantly. The hero spent a lot of time learning to use his magic properly, and one day, his father had to leave. Mary asked him to be careful and take care of himself so that he would return home safe and sound. He smiled, telling his son that he would leave the rest to him. War fell upon them like a wave. It engulfed everything around and took away practically the entire workforce of the village. The hero always felt that technology in this world was poorly developed. Most likely, the war was the cause. In more peaceful times, villagers would gather together and gradually cultivate the land. There's plenty of free land around, and the amount of growth that can occur is directly related to the size of your land. If there were no wars, the fields would remain unharmed, which would contribute to technological advances and overall prosperity. Mary, seeing the hero's sadness, told him not to worry, because this wasn't the first time his father had left. But the hero thought the cultivation magic he'd created was simply vital. The tax is paid proportionally to the amount of greenery used, so his fields have a clear advantage. The crows grow quickly, flying further and further each time. The hero was concerned about the meager military equipment of those who went off to war. Many were only able to take pitchforks and axes, but those aren't weapons. This is war, after all. People like that are just cannon fodder. It's unlikely many will return, and unplowed land is useless, as they could lose everything they have. He's been through a lot in his past life, and he doesn't want to kill anyone. It would be good to increase his military potential. Weapons and armor constitute the bare minimum of military equipment, and most importantly, money. The hero believed there was no such thing as too much money. A neighbor woman called Marie and asked if she would mind trading her harvest for her potatoes, and she agreed. The hero thought this barter system was simply awful. He thought that life in the village offered no opportunity to earn money, and trading vegetables wouldn't bring in any profit. Given this state of affairs, he had only one option: trade. Mary suggested that in that case they should make sandals. She said that you can weave different kinds of shoes from straw. You can make sandals, boots, and ankle boots. Mary said that then the hero would be able to buy whatever he wanted. The hero mentally explained to the woman that this was clearly not the most efficient method. A merchant travels from one place to another selling his goods, and he also needs to be able to negotiate prices. It had to be a win-win situation, which meant earning more money. The man examined the hero's sandals, saying they were very nice. The hero smiled and said his mother had taught him how to weave them, and he'd practiced every day. The merchant quickly agreed to buy them and threw the money to the hero. There were only 6 worn copper coins. It wasn't that the merchants were fooling him. The prices for the sandals were apparently lower than the hero expected. That was his logical conclusion. He knew he'd never be able to earn enough money for weapons at these prices. He grabbed the merchant by the robes and, with a terrifying expression, asked if he could ask him about something. Several days had passed since he'd researched the market prices with the help of that restless merchant. Finally finished, he decided to try something else instead. From what he learned, this was bound to be a profitable venture. He began experimenting with creating magic mushrooms. Then the merchant told him about them, and he thought that he must be joking that mana restorers exist. Then the man showed him a magic mushroom and said they were hard to come by. However, magic mushrooms are very difficult to grow, so they're in short supply. The hero, seeing what kind of mushroom it was disappointed, realizing it was an ordinary shiitake. The merchant then offered him a try. Using a special kit, the hero grew shiitake mushrooms, but despite his expectations, they turned out to be rather bland in taste. In fact, mushrooms grow on nutrient-rich wood mold, and if magic mushrooms grow like shiitake mushrooms, the world will sparkle with new colors. If we can recreate the environment for wood mold to thrive, then mushrooms too can be grown. The logs he'd collected were already dry, which was undoubtedly to his advantage. Now he was thinking about how he needed to recreate conditions of precise dryness and humidity. After that, he tried growing mold, but if it were that easy, everyone would be growing mushrooms. He wondered what he should do and realized that since it was a magic mushroom, it must contain mana. If it sucked the beneficial substances out of a tree, didn't that mean it was also taking its mana? Then he considered simply infusing the trees with his mana. He decided to start by infusing them with varying amounts of mana. So now the hero tends the fields during the day, infuse mana into logs at night, and crafts sandals at night. And after some time, the hero noticed that only 3 mushrooms had grown on one log, but it worked. He sighed, realizing that to profit from this, he'd need to grow more mushrooms, and these weren't enough. He looked around, remembering how he'd been told there was no more room in their house. Everything was filled with sandals, straw, and harvested crops. The hero realized that instead of a storage room, he needed a separate building for this purpose. When he uses magic to create a field, it raises the ground to create beds. A building could be built using this principle. He decided to call it the Builder's Magic Challenge, and this wasn't just a silly idea. The reason is that these piles of earth can become excellent building material. Magical rules dictate that creating something from nothing is incredibly difficult. For example, earth magic is often used in games. Purified inner mana is collected in the palm and used to create stones for throwing. The effect of such a throw depends on its speed. To do this, you need to imagine the entire process from start to finish. He thought that while it was possible, it was certainly cool, but it was ineffective, especially when it came to forming a stone. One throw and that's it. The method of spending is much more convenient since it uses something that already exists. The hero noticed that he had a special connection with earth magic. The hero sighed then that the only thing he could do was connected with dirt, and he had tried so many things. He dreamed of being able to turn earth into metal, and then this problem wouldn't exist. On the contrary, it would be nice to build a warehouse himself using only earth. He concentrated his power into the ground. Suddenly he fell down, losing consciousness. The hero opened his eyes, thinking about how much his head hurt. He'd been out cold for 2 whole days. His mother was sitting next to him. He thought that perhaps the reason for his loss of consciousness was his insufficient knowledge of magic, a severe shortage of magical energy, so to speak. He had angered everyone with his actions. The magic that originally resided within him, refined magic, strengthens his body and enhances his own strength. Magical power actively participates in the body's movements. He considered himself lucky to have survived the moment the magical power disappeared. Although he couldn't understand it, he must assume it wasn't a senseless mistake. He saw the trace left by his failed magic. It wasn't that large, and his magic itself never ran out. The reason for that was that he instantly expended all his energy elsewhere. This was related to area and volume. For example, the area of a non-volumetric field relative to the same area of a building. All in all, he likely expended 10 times the magical energy needed to create the entire field in a single instant. He realized this meant he had to abandon the idea of constructing the building. So he decided to try channeling his magic into creating building materials. He tried the magic of brickmaking and succeeded. He said the architectural magic of the place was something he had no intention of abandoning, and from that moment on, he would challenge himself. When he saw the structure before him, it was clear it was an adobe warehouse box. It was clear it had been built by an amateur, simply by piling bricks on top of each other, but it was still standing, and this was only the beginning. In essence, the hero uses only earth magic, but for different purposes. He stood by the field saying that it wasn't very picturesque, it was completely unsuitable. This field, the legacy of their ancestors, had been expanding over the years, and now it had become something incomprehensible. The hero usually ignored such things, but now he couldn't pass by, not even a tractor could get through this place. And when he'd finished, the field and the village began to look special, and it was his secret pride. He removed all the stumps and stones, tidied everything up. The hero thought about how he could now use the magic of cultivating the field, the magic of strengthening, the magic of making bricks. He muttered that despite this, it seemed that the magic of cultivation sounded too long. He was the only one using this magic, and he thought there was little point in giving each one a name, since the magic didn't manifest when he spoke its name. Still, he continued his soil-improving spells and chanted incantations. He smiled, thinking that when he used magic, he always accidentally said the name. He touched the soil and thought that it seemed like the name was what was triggering the power. He cast the soil enhancement spell again and was surprised. He was surprised that as soon as he cast the spell, the magic worked, although before, no matter how much he tried to use his imagination, nothing worked. The hero managed to master new magic even though he didn't expect it. He created a spell, and it's much more convenient than it seemed. He thought it was great that magic had a name, but it was a bit tiring, and yet he couldn't complain. He cast the soil improvement spell again. He watched as he created beds 10 meters on each side, almost all the same size, and rejoiced. Magic allowed him to create objects absolutely identical to one another. If you use magic without a spell, you can change the cultivation area. He thought the magical sludge consumption varied depending on where it was cultivated, but using a spell would consume less power. Still, he couldn't understand how he'd managed to create the spell at all, perhaps because he muttered it to himself every time. He decided to start the test and began using the brick creation spell for days, even in his sleep. Several months later, he repeated the spell again. Now, with the help of a spell, he could create bricks of the same size and weight, and the creation of a brick with the help of a spell was successful. The guy noticed that there were some characteristics similar to those of Pavlov's dog. It was similar to how your mouth starts to water every time you see a dried plum. It's like when you give food to a dog and whistle, and the dog salivates. The spell is a kind of key to activate magical power, and it opened up new possibilities within itself. In this way, he was able to obtain a new technique, spell casting. He figured he'd need to switch both strengthening magic and field cultivation magic to this mode. As the bricks piled up, he realized he'd gotten a little carried away. Mary, standing nearby, also said he'd overdone it with the bricks. She thought for a moment and said that if it were a dish, they would find a use for it. It dawned on the hero that if he could create bricks, there shouldn't be a problem with that either. The principle turned out to be the same, and he made new rice bowls. The hero quickly made a variety of dishes. The woman said she was certainly pleased, but that was enough. The hero was so eager to please her that he didn't notice he'd created too much. The old dishes were the color of clay, so what if he tried making a white cup? It was time to move from quantity to quality. He created a redesigned white porcelain set. His mother was delighted, saying it was lovely and that it was the first time she'd seen pure white tableware. The hero realized he could apparently create various materials. He decided to make something cool to please his mother. A new product was ready, a porcelain cup with floral patterns. But it turned out that the hero had no talent for drawing, but he wasn't going to give up that easily. Then he decided to make something other than porcelain. He remembered hearing about using sea sand and thought he could do it. He'd used something like that every day before. He needed an elongated, rounded shape, a loose texture, medium thickness, and transparency. Finally, he made it, overjoyed at his success. He made a glass tumbler. And so he began to make rather rare items, previously unseen by the inhabitants of this world. He stood in the market with a basket of sandals and magic mushrooms. For this, he received 14 copper coins and realized what it meant to speed up the cultivation of magic mushrooms. The merchant called the hero, and he ran up to him with a smile, thinking it would be a good deal since he was just about to sell the pottery he had recently made. To his surprise, the merchant wanted to buy the bricks from him. The merchant said he'd recently seen a small house built near the hero's house, and it was a nice one. The hero couldn't understand what he meant and asked if he meant his warehouse. The merchant was surprised to learn it was just a warehouse. The merchant said he'd then ask someone else to sell it to him, but the hero replied that wasn't necessary as he'd already built it and had plenty left over. The merchant was surprised that the child had built it himself. Then the hero explained that he'd started making dishes and asked to see them. The merchant replied that he only needed bricks and would look at the dishes next time. The hero grabbed him, telling him not to say that and that he wouldn't harm him. He finally brought the man to his place, and the man was amazed, looking at the dishes and asking how he had made them. The merchant agreed to buy them along with the bricks. He tossed him some coins and the hero froze, only 5 coins. The hero grabbed him and said it was a real robbery. Did he really think he could be tricked like that just because he was a child? The merchant, frightened, asked him to stop. The merchant shouted that he was just buying dishes. The hero angrily asked why it was so cheap, since such exquisite items cost many times more. The man explained that he bought everything for villagers, and no matter how exquisite they weren't worth spending so much money on. The hero then replied that it was no better if he sold the dishes to wealthier people. The man explained that merchants like him traveled through villages and engaged in trade. They had no competition. He dealt with only one merchant from the village and wait. The hero realized that no matter how wonderful the goods were, it would be difficult to sell. The hero realized he needed to come up with something that would entice other classes to buy the product. But in a world where not only does the internet not exist, but newspapers don't even exist. So the best advertisement would be something like first-class tableware for a first-class family. The hero sank to the ground at a loss as to how to distribute such an advertisement. He quietly muttered that there was probably no point in asking the merchant about it. The merchant, surprised, shouted out that the child had quickly changed his attitude toward him. The man told him not to worry, he was completely out of space now, but he promised to buy all his goods next time. The hero promised to make 10 times as much next time. After some time, the hero made a pile of bricks. The merchant approached him and was surprised that the hero kept his promise and made quite a lot of bricks. The man smiled and said that since they'd known each other for so long, he should stop treating him like a child. He said it would take incredible strength to carry all this, so he'd brought someone with him. The hero asked in shock what kind of creature it was. Wasn't it a monster? The merchant understood what it meant that the hero was seeing a riding dragon for the first time and explained that it was one of the service animals. A service beast is a creature hatched from an egg and raised by humans, used for various tasks. Such an egg grows using the magical power of its owner. Thus, service beasts always obey their masters or creators. It could be said that the hatching of such a creature depends on the energy it has absorbed. That's why the owners of such extraordinary beasts are so highly prized here. Finally, the merchant and Ars loaded everything up. Before the hero was a strong, robust, and fearless dragon mount, and it would be in demand. Apparently, they're so popular in this world because of their strength, and this beast looks impressive too. There are other horses with boundless strength, birds capable of soaring high. The hero asked the man how much such a beast would cost. The merchant said yes, for example, a dragon-like that would cost a fortune because it could be harnessed. The hero reflected that while bricks were certainly in demand now, it wasn't a given that he'd be able to continue selling them. He'd keep some for sale, just in case. He'd be left wondering what might hatch from the egg, but he thought he'd hit the jackpot and not go wrong. He called a merchant. He said he wanted an egg like that too. He really needed it, so he asked to bring it next time. The price the merchant named was equal to all the money he'd earned in recent years. He gave it all away, down to the last coin. The hero and his mother watched as the men left. A child ran up and called out to his father, who picked him up, and another soldier recognized him as Ashir and Mary's 4th child and wished him luck, saying their father had done a great job. When the whole family was gathered, Mary suggested buying something in honor of the holiday and asked her son if he could lend them some money. She knew that he had it. Ark said that he didn't have them anymore, and the woman was surprised. Ashira and Mary's son is 3 years old. She asked the boy in surprise if he really wanted to grow radishes. Mary told him then that even if his radishes weren't very tasty and they had something better, she didn't think such a small child should be doing such hard work. But the little one was full of enthusiasm. She agreed, wishing him lots of radishes and giving him his choice of fields. And so, they all grew. Mary and Ashira were shocked that their child turned out to be a genius. Ashira and Mary's son is 5 years old. She then asked him if he really wanted to earn his own money and was surprised. He said he wanted to save a lot of money, and she secretly assumed their child was smart. But then she was amazed by the result. Their child, so young, had already decided to become a merchant and even grown magic mushrooms. Sometimes he was simply frightening with his stubbornness. He even built a warehouse himself. Then Mary admired his dishes, saying they were lovely and that she had never seen anything like them before. She couldn't understand how he had become so gifted. Now Mary was asking him what he was thinking. She couldn't believe he'd spent all his money on some magical egg without even consulting her. He told his mother that if the little creature hatched, they'd have more money than before. She shouted that if it were that simple, everyone around them would have become rich long ago. She said more calmly that spending money on something like that was like gambling. She'd heard somewhere about vendors ripping off customers by selling them ordinary eggs, claiming they were rare. The hero hadn't realized the odds were so slim. She said he wanted to save money, which was why she'd let him trade. Ashiro stood silently behind her, not interfering. But the hero said everything was fine, and besides, he'd earned it himself and was free to spend it as he pleased. Mary asked if he even understood what he was talking about. It was the money he'd earned from selling sandals, which, by the way, they'd all made. She angrily said that she forbade him from now on to buy whatever he wanted. He shouted, asking for permission to do it just once, but she was adamant that no way and that he had to learn to save. The always sweet mother instantly turned into a terrible, nasty woman. The hero wondered if the trade wasn't driven by sandals or perhaps his bricks. He sighed resentfully. It couldn't be helped. He was responsible for making and selling the bricks. He decided to conduct business secretly and save some money. But first, he decided to concentrate on the egg, placing it in a pouch made of radish stalks. He said this way he wouldn't have to worry about it breaking, and so the little creature could absorb magical energy. He decided to keep it close to him. Of course, you could care for the egg with others, but everyone's magical energy is different. He knew it would probably be difficult to raise the egg alone. He thought the egg should be able to easily absorb the necessary energy. He activated his eyes and thought that maybe it was time to give it some energy, but there was no energy in it yet, although it had turned a little blue. He cast a spell called Magic Injection. He was pleased to find that the egg had darkened and the magic seemed to have been successfully absorbed, but he still didn't understand how much energy he needed. He pressed the egg to his face, asking it to take as much as he needed. So he watched the egg every day and continued to pour his energy into it. He sat on the floor and said he could secretly build it a house. As his mother said, he couldn't possibly spend money so thoughtlessly. It doesn't mean anyone dislikes anyone. It's just that the way the world works is a bit outdated. The eldest son always follows his father as the head of the family. He considered participating in war a heroic act so he could buy a good sword and begin earning money. As the youngest son, he must either work his whole life and become his father and brother's assistant, or somehow become independent. In that case, he should get something more significant than just a sword. He moved toward the field, saying, as the saying goes, hurry to do good. The village is surrounded by a fence, and beyond it the forest stretches widely. When peace came, people cleared this area, cut down the trees, and built a village. But nowadays, the area of the fields has shrunk considerably, and all for the sake of other people's opinions. The land outside the village belongs to no one, meaning whoever develops it will be the owner. He looked around, wondering where he could build a house here. He used enhancement magic so that he could now work without getting tired. Bending down, he decided to get to the roots. Using his powers, he made it so that the roots no longer held the trees and began to pull them out. While everything was going well, and at this rate he thought that he would soon get it all sorted out. He tore out all the unnecessary trees and now construction could begin. He used cleansing magic to level the land. He used it only a few times, but the result was simply incredible. This magic is very good. He was crazy about the fact that he would have to sweat to recreate the bricks for building the house. He would like to have magic that could instantly build an entire house. However, he did not want to faint from exhaustion again, especially if it happened in this place. Suddenly, the idea occurred to him that maybe he didn't need to build a house. The use of magical energy is closely related to the volume and surface area of the object being created. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. When he builds a building, a lot of energy is expended on the interior, which is much more dangerous than one might imagine, but then everything is elementary. He realized that building the structure gradually would be tedious. The bricks he had recently made would serve as the core of the structure. He carefully concentrated his magic, applying mortar so that they fit tightly together, one by one. If he continues, he will have one wall. And yet, he still ended up with a box, and he'd have to make the roof and doors himself. So he secretly built a house in the depths of the forest. He sat with the egg and noticed that it had grown larger and the blue had become darker. His mother came in to tell him that they were leaving soon. He ran towards her with a smile. He will be 6 years old this year. When this happens, a baptism ceremony will be held in the village church and the day will finally come. He noticed there weren't that many people inside, not even 10. In his past life, baptism hadn't been such a stirring event, but now there was something else, and that was the naming ceremony. A man in sacred robes began the ceremony. The hero thought with a smile that now he would have his own magic. The priest spoke of how people once had to live in the shadows, hiding from monsters, but later they mastered magic and thus their capabilities significantly increased. He said that those who could resist the monsters alone united into a colony and expanded their territory. When the priest said that the reason for the rapid development of humanity was magic, the hero's face lit up with a smile. Ceremony referring to the act itself during which the common people receive their magic. The priest said he would now explain a little about the process itself, so you'd have to wait a bit. The church receives believers and the owners later submit a list of names. The system operates on the basis of mutually beneficial cooperation, which applies to everyone. The priest said that by receiving a name, he also comes under the patronage of the owner and gains the ability to use magic. However, the man added that it can only be used for good. He asked the hero if he swears he won't use his power for evil purposes, and he swore it. The hero noticed the book in the man's hands. It looked quite impressive. He wondered if they used a dictionary of names when naming. The priest said that his third son, Ashira and Mary, is named Paul by the holy pater of this church, and from now on he will bear the name Ars and live an honest and incorruptible life. He told him to live like this, and then he would receive the protection of the one who had given him this name. The hero noticed the preparations for the activation of magical power. He noticed with his own eyes that Paul was concentrating the energy in his palm. The hero looked ahead in surprise when he noticed a huge magic circle with signs. The hero used a memory preservation spell. He became interested in what would happen if he concentrated magic in his head. Undoubtedly, preserving memory is a very necessary thing. Probably some information is transmitted through the magic circle. Thus, the hero gained his magic. He cast a light spell and noticed that the duration and power of the spell were no different for an inexperienced child than for an adult. He thought it seemed this magic was intended only for everyday use. He tried to hone his power and improve his magic, but there were no changes, which meant that it was impossible to improve fire magic just by mastering its technique. He thought that if he gained his magic, he would be able to master powers other than earth magic. But there was nothing he could do, so he decided to abandon that idea for now. But there was something else. The magic circle of Pater Paul. He would be able to peer into the depths of all the magical powers in this world. He frowned, saying that he couldn't do anything. He had been thinking about it for so many days, but he didn't understand anything at all. He thought that he couldn't read the symbols, whether they were ancient or modern. He didn't know. And until now, he hadn't thought about anything except getting food and earning money, and frankly speaking, he couldn't even write anything except his own name. The egg began to crack, and the hero froze in anticipation, wondering who would hatch. He watched as it gradually burst, and it turned out to be a long process, so he decided to help. But the baby managed to emerge from the shell on his own. A small creature appeared in front of him. A beast hatched from an egg in front of him. The hero was surprised that he was already trying to stand up, even though he was shaking. He began to encourage him, saying that he would succeed. Finally, the little animal really stood up on all its hooves. The hero clapped for him and smiling stroked him. He said it was incredible how desperately these creatures tried to survive. He said that if you think about it, she looks like a reindeer with horse-like features, and she seems to be a thoroughbred, but her mane is too long. He wondered if she would be able to carry a load when she grew up. He noticed that she had started eating her shell and asked if this was normal at all. He was concerned about what she even ate. An animal's appearance changes depending on the magical energy it feeds on, and its shape probably changes too. With a riding dragon, it's simple, it feeds on meat. He said it would be difficult for such a poor man to feed such a pet meat every day. He recalled many cases where the owner lacked the funds to care for the animal. He wondered what he would do if it wanted milk and he couldn't get it through magic. He noticed that she had started eating the radishes he had grown near his house and seemed to like them. Apparently, she was a herbivore and he managed to avoid any food problems. He looked at her while she was rubbing against him and said there were plenty of radishes and she could eat as many as she wanted. She began to cuddle and he wondered what was wrong with her. She lay down on him and fell asleep. He blushed thinking about how lovely she was. 10 days have passed. The beast grew quickly. The hero, of course, told her to grow up faster, but everything was happening too quickly. Looking at her, he decided he would definitely sell her. He didn't want to name her so as not to get too attached, but he still said that wouldn't do. He decided to give her a name and it would be special. Father Paul said that magic is a gift from the gods, but it seemed as if the magical program had simply been programmed into his head using a magic circle, and now he wanted to try using it to name his beast. If everything worked out, she would be able to use magic and extract water herself. He thought that if she drank the local water, she would die of an upset stomach or illness. Things were bad, but water magic was better than nothing. He thought he was a little afraid to use fire magic. If anything happened, he'd have to figure it out. Then he thought about what to call it, but to be honest, he wasn't sure he knew how to choose names well, any more than he knew how to draw. And yet he wanted to try it himself. He recalled all the words he knew, as if playing a word association game. Finally, he said her name would be Valkyrie, the legendary goddess of war. He thought of her snowy mane, shining like silver. The beast was beautiful, as if a sacred, unearthly being stood before him. He asked if the name Valkyrie would suit her. He was surprised when Dunn nodded. Apparently she understood some human speech. He told her she was smart. Then she began the naming ritual. He had mastered his magic enough to use it without any problems. This time he would be very careful and cautious. He needed to concentrate his magic in one spot, but it was difficult for him to maintain his magical power. He struggled to concentrate. The magical power itself was trying to repel the magic circle located somewhere deep within his consciousness. It turned out that controlling magic outside the body was much more difficult. He felt as if all the blood was rushing to his brain and his blood vessels were about to burst. Breathing heavily, he continued. Finally, he saw that he was succeeding, but that was his limit, and he said that he was naming her Valkyrie. When he finished, he fell to his knees and began coughing. This was more difficult than he expected. Wiping away the sweat, he thought that if it didn't work, he hadn't achieved his desired goal. Finally, he called Valkyrie and suggested she try. The beast began to emerge, and the hero realized she was trying to convey that using fire in the house was dangerous. He thought to himself that she was much smarter than him and praised her. Valkyrie used magic with a flick of her mane. The hero exclaimed in surprise that it was light magic. He jumped up and down, praising her for her skill and telling her to try something else. Valkyrie used all kinds of magic one after another. Fire, water, and purification, but the manifestation of the magic itself remained unchanged. Suddenly, bricks started falling. The hero watched her cast a spell with shocked eyes. He didn't understand what was happening. Brickmaking, magic, landscaping, and soil improvement. He couldn't see clearly, but it seemed like magic was being transferred and strengthened, too. Apparently, the Valkyrie had also mastered memory-preserving magic. He wondered if children named in the church were only capable of using one type of magic, so why did Valkyrie possess the magic he had created? Perhaps the magic circle had malfunctioned, or he had performed the naming ritual incorrectly. He had so many questions and no answers. He made a cup with the help of magic and showed it to Valkyrie and asked if she could make the same with the help of magic. She didn't understand anything, and he realized that she could only use magic that was activated by spells. Let's assume that in order to level the ground, the hero first changes its size and then spends magical power corresponding to this size. However, the scale of the Valkyrie's landscape leveling magic manifestation is 10 meters. In other words, performing the naming ritual can transfer magical power, but the owner of the name can only use the magic activated by spells. And yet, the naming ritual is a more systematic phenomenon than a divine blessing. This, then, explains why he was unable to fully master light magic. Ars praised the beast for her efforts and wondered if he would have problems if he put her up for sale, since she skillfully uses not only her magic, but his as well. He needed to think carefully. He asked the merchant if a service beast could use magic. He replied that he'd never heard of such a thing before, so probably not. The fact that the hero had come from another world was valuable information. Bricks continued to be in high demand. Since the merchant, who had traveled far and wide, had never heard of this, it must be true. He thought that perhaps beasts with magic did exist, but they were extremely rare. The merchant, hearing his question, realized that his egg had probably hatched. The hero replied that it was indeed so, and that his beast could also carry heavy loads. The merchant asked to show him the beast. The hero had ordered the Valkyrie not to use magic in public, and the merchant was persistent. He finally gave in and agreed to bring her. Looking at the Valkyrie, he was amazed at how wonderful she was. Not only could she carry cargo, but she was also so beautiful, and the white color was especially popular with the rich. The hero said it was good luck, but the Valkyrie wasn't for sale. The merchant shouted, asking why she wasn't for sale. The merchant reminded him that he'd wanted to make money from it all along. The hero said that was true, but he'd already grown attached to her and decided to keep her for now. But the hero was actually worried about her using magic and, frankly, wanting to keep it for herself. He hugged her, thinking that despite the fact that she was a service animal, she understood everything he said and had incredible strength, unlike him, which certainly made life easier. The merchant then offered to make a deal. He had 5 more wonderful eggs with little animals, and he would give them to him for safekeeping. But then he added that all this is not free. He is a businessman after all. He will give them to him, and he will raise animals for him with the help of magic. The merchant said he would buy the hatched animals from him. The hero asked if this meant he wanted to take all the animals for himself. The merchant said that was true, as ours would have a hard time raising them all. He'd have to be patient at first, of course, but afterward he'd have everything in abundance, especially since they'd known each other for a long time. The hero asked for clarification on something. The hero wanted to clarify many details and bombarded him with questions, thinking that everything would not be so bad. From this day on, he would be raising magical eggs. Come to think of it, there was no better way to make money in this remote village. He shouted joyfully that no matter what, he would see it through to the end and would work hard. The hero said that each egg needed to be imbued with magic. Valkyrie poked the eggs with her snout and the hero told her she couldn't eat them. She took one anyway and screamed. Hearing the sound, he thought the egg had broken. It turned out to be fine. He asked the animal if she really wanted to hatch them herself, and she answered. She nuzzled the egg, feeding it. Then the hero saw that she could transfer her magical energy through a spell. It turned out that the animals in the egg were already able to absorb magic. He shouted that this was not possible because depending on whose magic they absorbed, their appearance would change. If he wasn't the one raising them, then what was the point of it? But the 3 eggs had already absorbed her magic. They could care for them together, but distributing the magical power correctly would be difficult. Then the hero said he would entrust the 3 eggs to her. He told her to take good care of them. In a memory from a past life, he once picked up a puppy, fed it, and walked it himself. His mother didn't believe him, saying it was a huge responsibility and he couldn't handle it on his own. He thought he could save it if he brought it home. He was shocked by his parents' words. He decided he would definitely take care of it and they allowed him to keep it. However, it was his parents who paid for the food, care, and vaccinations. Having thought about it now, the hero realized that his parents were absolutely right. Caring for a living creature isn't easy. The hero had a bunch of grown animals. All of them hatched successfully, but there was something wrong. He noticed that the ones he raised were slightly larger, but they all looked like Valkyrie. The first stage was over. He said that the more animals there were, the more food would be needed and replenishing supplies would take time. If he was going to start a business, one field would clearly not be enough. He said that if that was the case, he would need to clear the forest and increase the number of fields. They set to work. He decided to do as he did last time and weaken the roots to fell the trees. He moved them and then by improving the soil he wanted to finish it, but then he heard a sound. He was perplexed. He said he hadn't named the animals yet, but somehow they were already using magic. He was confused. Magic should be passed on with a name, but did animals really have their own rules about this? Would all the animals born now have magical powers? He considered telling Valkyrie not to use magic. He decided to put it aside for now and continued tending the fields. But then something occurred to him. He thought that width could be measured in domes. He looked at the wide field, thinking that this place must have once been a field. But after the development of new lands began, the population dwindled and it became overgrown. The forest is large, so the village head wouldn't object to increasing the number of fields. He said that if he wanted to raise beasts like Valkyrie, he'd need to expand the pastures to make them even larger. However, the wider the field, the further they'd get from the house. He needed to think carefully about safety. He asked Valkyrie to give him a ride. She was not exactly a horse, of course, but a saddle and stirrup were still needed, and he asked his father, who replied that in this village there were no craftsmen who made saddles and stirrups for service animals. He realized that harnessing animals was apparently common practice here. His father had said that a cart was indispensable for working in the fields, but the hero wanted to saddle a work animal and learn to ride. He knew he'd be drafted into the army someday. He thought horsemen were stronger than foot soldiers, and that was obvious. Riding a Valkyrie, he'd become an excellent rider. He eventually wove a rope from radish stalks, but still lacked a saddle and stirrup. Jaya really needed to know how to saddle a horse, but riding Valkyrie turned out to be much easier than he thought. Valkyrie moved in a way that was comfortable for him, and thanks to her, he was able to ride without any problems, but not for long. Afterwards, there was pain throughout my entire body, and this happened only once. No matter how hard the beast tried to help him, some things couldn't be stopped. For example, to avoid falling, he sat firmly on her, and there it was, numb. By mobilizing all his muscles, he managed to reduce the trembling, but with a saddle, the weight would have been easier. But he knew he couldn't give up. From that day on, he resolved to persistently learn horseback riding. His brother asked him what he always talked about before bed. R said he didn't understand what he was talking about. While continuing his riding training, he began working on creating a new magic that worked with spells. When he concentrated the magic in his eyes and looked at someone, a blue haze appeared around them. It's likely the magic that's built up inside him is bubbling up, and it's taking an inordinately long time. But what can I do to prevent it from bubbling up like this? The solution was to increase his natural healing power several-fold. He'd noticed this effect long ago but hadn't cast spells on it. He'd fixed the spells because they provided a permanent effect. Land-clearing magic could clear the land. Brick-making magic was also essential, and body-strengthening magic was also actively used. He figured that if he actively used the spell, the magic's effects would last longer. The effects of the strengthening spell could last even during a deep sleep. Basically, he used spells to prolong the effect of labor restoration magic. He used meditation. Using meditation, he would be able to fully recover by morning and get rid of muscle pain. He thought how wonderful it would be to be able to fully recover while lying in bed. Having mastered the technique of complete healing, he continued learning to ride without any embarrassment. The merchant looked at the animals and asked if Ars wanted to tell him that all the hatched animals had undergone the transformation process. The man said he thought there would only be 1 or 2 animals, but his animals grow very quickly. It turned out it usually takes about a month to raise them. Even if someone has several eggs, that doesn't mean they'll all hatch at once. The hero thought it was most likely due to the magical injection. Ars said they were already ready to sell and asked the merchant if anyone was interested in buying them. The merchant admitted he had no intention of selling them and had another plan. The man said he was going to give them to him for free. Ars became angry, having lost trust in him, and quickly made excuses. He explained that it would be an offering to the nobles who ruled these lands. The man said he'd already told Asu that he didn't have any connections for major deals. To get rich people to buy his goods, he'd first have to gain their trust. It would be difficult for those large monopolists to gain access to their circles. But only nobles could afford such rare items, so it would be very difficult to manage without connections. Therefore, he wanted to present these beasts to the nobles, a service animal that can be harnessed, highly prized in these parts, and recognized by all. Moreover, these beasts are very important in battle, and if these animals were offered to high-ranking officials, they would become conduits of power. He said that if they liked them, the animals could be offered to other wealthy families. Ars asked what he was talking about, and he explained that, from a social perspective, they couldn't ignore the noblemen who ran the business. The merchant said that selling these animals as a strategic resource to feuding families would mean that everyone involved would find themselves in a difficult situation. Finally, the man said it was time to go to the nobles and told Ars to convey this to his father. The hero realized the merchant was serious about taking him with him to his patrons. Thus, for the first time, he left their village. The hero looked at the city of nobles with admiration. Leaving their home village, they set out on a journey along bumpy roads in a dragon-drawn carriage. The journey took 3 days. It was his first trip. Of course, they weren't on a high-speed train, but it was worth the time. He noticed the city was very crowded. The merchant told them to look away. He explained to them why bricks are in demand. He explained that to expand the city, part of the fortress wall had to be torn down, and now everything needed to be rebuilt. Of course, they use bricks, but there's still plenty of them. The hero asked if this meant demand wouldn't decrease, and he replied that it did, but the bricks were made locally, so bringing them from far away wasn't profitable. The hero realized that selling bricks would no longer be as profitable. Then it was time to negotiate. Raymond, the manager of the fountain house, came out to them. The 3 of them sat in the barn square, and the hero thought they'd at least be let inside. Commoners and merchants like them can't meet with the head of the family. Raymond said he'd been told these animals could be harnessed, and the merchant had replied that was true. The merchant began listing the benefits of animals, and the hero recalled his words about them going to establish connections with the upper class, not just chatter. The manager asked who was sitting next to the merchant. The merchant introduced ours, saying that it was he who raised these animals and that his father was with him. Raymond said that if this were true, such beasts could be bred in large numbers. The merchant confirmed this, named them Valkyries, and asked for permission to breed and sell them. Ark was shocked, as Valkyrie was the name of his pet, not the entire species. The real Valkyrie remained in the village as a guard. Raymond, after listening to the merchant's words, agreed and said he would later write permission and inform Mr. Fontana. The negotiations were successful, but the man didn't know whether they could be used in combat. The merchant asked what he meant, and Raymond said the horns were a hindrance and clearly not fit for battle. So he called his servants and ordered them to saw off all the horns. Ours was already getting up to interfere, but Ashiro stopped him. He was angry that they were going to hurt their animals for no apparent reason. It was annoying. What angered him more was that he couldn't even get a word in edgewise. At the hotel, Ashiro praised his son for holding up well and told him to wash his hands. The hero felt as if his horns had been sawed off. His animals didn't make a sound, just like a guide dog must remain silent during its first days of training. Even if you accidentally step on a burning cigarette butt or even cut yourself, they don't even whine. Since ancient times, dogs have been man's faithful companions, giving their all. Service animals are the same as dogs, but he is equally sad. Ashiro told his son to calm down. Ars asked his father if he didn't feel sorry for those animals. He replied that he was more concerned not about their antlers being sawed off, but about how it would affect their health. If the animals he gave them died, it was unclear what would happen to them. It's absurd, after all, they're a noble family. What else can you expect from them? The hero wondered if they would die quickly if their horns were cut off, knowing nothing about the lifespan of Valkyries. It was a shame their horns had been cut off, but if he was going to continue breeding, he needed to find out everything thoroughly. Ars was surprised by his father's calm, and his father said he was merely reflecting on how defenseless the common people were against the elite. Ashiro, though uneducated, was far from stupid. The hero had knowledge of another world, and Ashiro noticed things even the hero overlooked. As a child, the hero managed to achieve some success in agriculture. This may seem strange to some, but in fact there were those who began to resent him for not paying taxes. The village headman even planned to confiscate his fields. However, his father was able to explain everything, and that he needed fields for breeding service animals, and that it was boring to grow radishes for them, and that the wheat he grew in the radish fields was not enough. There was also a poll tax and a land tax. At first, the nobles said they didn't care about breeding service animals, but they did care about taxes. But thanks to his proposal, they simultaneously received permission to breed and sell animals, the right to own land, and the right to pay taxes in cash rather than wheat. Ashiro suggested that since they were in the city, they should buy something and explore the area. The hero was glad he had a father he could always rely on and an incredibly happy man. Walking through the city, the hero noticed there were no wooden buildings and asked what their main material was. Ashiro replied that they didn't use wood because it would burn. There were no windows visible yet, and Ashiro explained that light magic would leak through them and everything would catch fire, and besides, windows weren't necessary at all. The hero realized that everything ultimately boiled down to magic. Magic in life comes with a name, it's truly a blessing. Then the hero wondered if his magic was truly connected to God. And then the hero cried out about windows. Durable window glass would be in far greater demand than glassware. It would be a new product. He wondered if he combined magic with a spell, they could be made in large quantities, and perhaps there would be a strong demand for the buildings. The merchant was surprised by his ambition, and Ashiro replied that Ark was capable of surprise, and yet it was thanks to him that the ancients began to prosper. He added that just recently everyone around them was dying of terrible hunger. For years, they had been plagued by crop failure. For years, people died of starvation, and most of the lands fell into disrepair. From the very beginning, these lands were engulfed in the flames of war. People were so exhausted that they began fighting for food, and this almost became the turning point for a new war. And during all this, the merchant came across a plant. It was a strange kind of radish. It grew everywhere, even in abandoned fields, and it didn't taste all that bad. It wasn't tasty, but not so bad that it was completely inedible. It also grew very quickly. This is precisely what helped reduce the number of deaths from starvation. The merchant was surprised to find himself in a village located near the northern forest where this type of radish was grown. Recently, most villages had plunged into despair. Life had become unbearable. However, this village was different from others. It grew similar radishes. The people there lived without knowing hunger. Then a boy called him. He ran up to him, asking if he would buy him some sandals. He was a boy, not yet old enough for baptism. An exceptionally smart kid. He constantly peppered him with questions about whether there was anything else he could sell. He was very smart, even too smart for an ordinary peasant. The man was forced to go from house to house offering to buy radishes and sandals. He liked the kid and began to come to this village regularly, and each time the child would interrogate him for an hour. And just a few years later, the now grown-up one created something else. These were the magic mushrooms he'd mentioned. This rare product would be worth a lot and a trade could develop in a poor village, but it was very dangerous for such a child to venture into the forest alone. He advised him to take up the matter when he was a little older. The child was blindly self-assured. The merchant knew many young men who had died from similar self-assurance. He pretended he no longer cared about his plans and suggested making bricks. They turned out to be exactly the same and were in demand, but the boy brought him some dishes. It was amazing and the boy didn't tell how he made it. Looking at this amazing dish, the merchant saw the boy's true face. The merchant decided he must have been born into a noble family. The dishes looked exactly like family heirlooms passed down through generations. Perhaps he was from an impoverished noble family, but he didn't know that was all wrong. Then he realized that ours would continue to surprise him. An incredibly rare beast hatched from the egg ours bought. Ours had a remarkable ability. He was very goal-oriented. Even though he already made bricks and grew magic mushrooms, he was constantly searching for something new. Then he asked the hero why he was trying so hard to earn money, but he had already heard the answer. Then Ars replied that he wanted to buy a weapon. The merchant assumed he was trying to restore his family's honor by winning the battle, and that perhaps these parents weren't real and were perhaps caring for a child the family was forced into hiding. Once again, he was completely wrong. He believed this little boy would undoubtedly become a great man, and to establish a stronger bond with him, he decided to act as his go-between. He was determined to maintain a good relationship with this boy at all costs, and he had to earn his trust before he grew up. Ars called out to the thoughtful man and asked why he was standing there. Wasn't he going to get the goods? He smiled and followed him, and so his life began to revolve around this guy. Mary greeted Ars and her husband who arrived. After spending several days in the city and buying everything they needed, they finally returned home. He bought a saw to remove the trees he'd felled while clearing the forest, a cart to transport radishes, and some sake his father wanted to buy. The money he'd earned was running low. But he didn't despair. He would now earn a large income from the beasts. He had new magical eggs. He decided to name these service beasts Valkyries and sell them for the price of a riding dragon. Service animals cost a fortune. It's like being the only manufacturer of expensive cars. However, he needed to do something before he could begin. At the Fontana family home, the horns had been sawed off, and he needed to know what would happen if he did it right now. He thought that he had 2 animals left, and he needed to cut off the horns of one and leave the other with them to see what would happen. And in general, he needs to think of animals as goods or livestock. Having collected his thoughts, he sawed off one of them's horns. After a few days, nothing happened. The animal was alive and well. But there was one thing. The beast without horns lost its magical abilities. Neither its ordinary magic nor its magic could it use anymore. The hero realized it wasn't like he'd completely lost his magical power. He was simply unable to use it, and that happened to people. His father had told him that people who lost both arms in the war could no longer use magic. If you think about it, to activate the magic, you need to cast a spell and apply the Urka to the desired location. Otherwise, it won't work. Something similar happened here. If you saw off the horns, the beast loses its magical abilities. This knowledge will work to its advantage. Kaki said the merchant in this area said that magical beasts are extremely rare, and if they exist, it could cause major problems. Moreover, if the Valkyries were to cultivate magical eggs, he would hardly be able to become the sole producer of such a rare commodity. He thought that without the horns they were safe and the mane would hide everything, so he gathered all his courage and sawed off the horns of all the others to sell to the merchant. Ars was praised for his efforts. He asked the priest if he meant the Fontana family's permission, and he replied that it was true, but it wasn't just about the animal trade permit. Previously, there had been nothing unusual in this remote village except a book with strange symbols. So on rainy days, he came to church to learn to read them. Paul gave him the letter, but the hero said his parents were illiterate. Then he explained it was a permit to use the land he'd cleared in the forest. The hero said it was all thanks to his father. There were clauses regarding the right to own land in the northern forests and the right to pay taxes in cash. The hero asked if anything had changed, and then Paul asked a question. Paul explained that it didn't specify when or what kind of land was meant, meaning that now all the land he dug up and would dig up later would be his property, and the fact that they allowed him to pay in cash meant it didn't necessarily have to be fields for cultivation. In short, he could become a large landowner. The hero didn't really understand him. He explained that the same fauna and family, of course, controls these lands, but this does not mean that it owns them entirely. They take an influential family with a part of the land and give it special rights, and thus the state controls the lands, and the tax that the family pays is necessary for the formation of troops. Ars asked why he was allowed to become a landowner. He replied that Ars was probably thinking about giving away the land. He was the youngest son and probably didn't really want to move to other lands to raise animals. Besides, they didn't expect such a child to be able to plow lands equal to an entire family's holdings. The hero himself didn't even notice how he'd changed professions. If so, he decided to expand his lands as far as needed and wouldn't let them look down on him. And now he has decided to explore new lands. He decided to use magic to fell all the trees. He would use the hornless ones to gather them all in one place and level the cleared space. But even so, he wouldn't gain any income. There were 4 ways to make money: breeding valkyries, cultivating magic mushrooms, making bricks, and growing radishes. He thought trading beasts would have been enough, but he decided to play it safe. The demand for bricks might dry up, and mushroom cultivation required labor. So he decided to find someone. He needed people who would clear the land, harvest the crops, and be responsible for storage, although he would still be responsible for selling them. He needed part-time workers. He asked his family if anyone could help. His brother said he'd come to the right place. He wanted to do it, but the hero wasn't particularly happy about it. In the end, the family took it well, but Ars wasn't particularly happy. He knew that his brother always avoided housework, and this worried him. If he continued to work like that, he would have to be fired. Then the older brother asked to give him an animal. He wanted it to charm girls, like he was a prince from a fairy tale on a white horse. Thus, his brother began to help him in the field. He criticized Ars's shelter. But Ars, although he was unhappy with the criticism, agreed that something didn't look right. He grew every day, as did his abilities. He had always been fascinated by architecture, and now he had the opportunity to realize his dreams. He decided to recreate the hotel they stayed at in the city, as he remembered it well. He studied the building with magic and thus activated its magical power. Using a well-honed spell, he carefully distributed it throughout the structure. He used memory retention. Figuratively speaking, it looks like computer graphics. He learned to memorize the appearance of a building completely. He recalled how, when he first built it, he immediately ran out of energy. The mistake was a miscalculation. Now he enchanted the bricks and imprinted the construction technique in his memory. He considered all the techniques so as not to waste magical energy in vain. This time, he remembered the form of magical power itself, so the rest would be easy to implement. But first, he needed to create the bricks. He then recreated the magical energy he'd memorized and finally transformed the magic into bricks and mortar, and he succeeded. He shouted that the house-building experiment was a success. He was able to add stables for the valkyries and storage space for harvests to the structure, but the roofs for the rooms still had to be built by hand. It was almost a replica of that building. There was still a lot of work to do, but the result was already excellent. When Ars came home, his father called him for a minute. Ashiro mentioned loggers. Sometime later, Ars approached the old man, starting a conversation. It was Uncle Medlock. Lumberjack Medlock, an old acquaintance of his who used to help him grow magic mushrooms, told him he'd heard lumberjacks complaining about him. The hero wanted to know his opinion on the situation. Medlock praised the sake the hero had given him. His father had given it to him as a gift, even though he hadn't wanted it. The old man said that the loggers were just irritated. The hero explained that they were planning to continue cutting down the forest and therefore needed to resolve the situation. He began to outline his plans. The old man said that he apparently didn't understand the true cause of the problem. He asked if the loggers weren't inconvenienced by him. He replied that they weren't. He said that Ars' actions affected their pride. Medlock said that the trees were a treasure to them and asked him how he thought he would like it if Ars cut down the trees and left them there. They couldn't stand to see the fallen trees rot. He said that was why the loggers were offended. He said that they also want to expand the fields so no one complains directly. The hero became sad because he was warned before the problem became more serious. And all because, while going about his business, he did not notice what was happening around him. Lost in thought, he told the old man that he wanted to take control of everything. The forest near the village was enormous, yet the hero's actions lead to its destruction. Forest destruction is a serious problem. In the worst case, there was a possibility that in the future these lands would turn into a desert, and most importantly, firewood could disappear. Ars said that's why he's going to create a forestry industry where people will work to create artificial forests. This way, we could also get high-quality wood for mushrooms. He said he knew a lot about growing things but almost nothing about trees, so he asked the lumberjacks for help. He explained why his idea could be useful, but naturally the loggers were skeptical of his proposal. Medlock convinced them all and the loggers decided to simply observe for now, but rumors began to circulate in the village that the land beyond the village was now under Ars's control. He left management of the forest to Medlock for now. Local carpenters made doors and furniture for his house, and he left the work in the fields to his brother. To his surprise, his brother was doing well at managing people, but it turned out that his brother spent all his time learning to ride, not working. He hired people to take his place. Ars apologized to the villagers for his brother, and they replied that it was no big deal since the harvest would be divided among the villagers later. The hero was happy because he thought he would have to pay money for the hire, but things were different. Thanks to everyone, he could now fully concentrate on clearing the forest and raising animals and mushrooms, and by this time, he had already turned 8 years old. Later, he was surprised to hear that the fields had begun to become devastated. The brother said that giant boars had been discovered and shouted that many would stop working because of the boars, fearing for their lives. The hero finally understood the reason for what happened. It was all because of the clearing of the forest. Of course, there were places where they only thinned out the branches and left the trees. However, there were many more areas where the trees were completely cut down, and that's where the wild animals came out of the forest. The hero decided that he had to deal with this. The boars turned out to be huge, so he started looking for ways to get rid of it. Looking at them, he said that he needed to think. He decided to act with the help of the Valkyrie. Suddenly, the horse seemed to give him strength. He realized that she was waiting for him to calm down. Valkyrie walked forward. She broke into a run. The speed was incredible, which played into the hero's hands. He started shooting at the wild boars. Some animals were hit by his stones. One of the boars went berserk. He chased after the hero. The hero turned around to see that the animals were still pursuing them. He shouted to Valkyrie, who was moving, reading his thoughts. The horse seemed to take off. The hero was amazed. When they landed, they found themselves safe. All the boars fell into the ravine and died. When the hero said that the boars had been defeated, he learned that the problem wasn't just them. The problem is that after these, others will appear, and so the hero became a boar driver. The guy fired the crystals. Fighting huge beasts up close was dangerous, so he trained to use attacks from a longer distance. Having defeated several giant boars for the first time, the young man practiced attacking with magic. He could easily fire several stones which were like sharp arrows while riding a Valkyrie. However, the power of the strike diminished with distance, but even so, the hero could throw them 20 to 30 meters. In such a situation, a spell would work just as well, but simply saying shoot wouldn't accomplish much. It seemed too cumbersome to him to prepare a trap like a crack and then go out with his horse to fight. The young man concluded that he needed to find a way to stop the devastation of the fields, rather than deal with the animals. Killing them wasn't necessary, that was the best weapon against the enemy. He recalled the fence. In the village it was wooden, and in the city it was a fortress wall. In any endeavor there was wisdom left by ancestors that could be borrowed. In other words, one had to surround the field with a wall. The young man planned to start building the fence at the forest edge, and later, as the work progressed, he would add new, expanded areas. The wall needed to be constructed so that the workers could carry out their work in peace. In addition to the enormous pits dug to trap the giant boars, a huge depression appeared. The hero wanted such strength that, in the event of a surprise attack by 3-meter-tall monsters, he could buy himself more time to escape. For such a case, there was a saying about the great serving the small. The young man was determined to build a great wall. The young man created a 5-meter-long sample in the shape of a square. He had already thought through the thickness, but the inside could become filled with sand. The width needed to be a maximum of 5 meters, and then he would need to connect all the columns together. The boy looked at his fist and noticed that his strength was growing, just like that time he'd built the guest house. He could build something enormous in a flash. He looked at the entire vast area of the field and realized that it had no end or edge. To build such a wall, a spell would need to be devised, and that could take quite a while. And the spell itself would require constantly using exactly the same magic, monotonously repeating the same thing and creating the necessary conditions for it. Using such repetitive magic was no easy task. It took the young man several months to master the brick magic. There were times when the hero repeated the same thing over and over again without even realizing it. However, he mastered the wall-building magic faster than the shot magic. The young man applied the same principle to the column's construction as he had in the inn. Thanks to this, he could reproduce exactly the same magic, which made his work much easier. He placed his palms on the ground and cast wall formation and noticed that the spells now worked much better. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Turning around, the hero saw his horse stamping its hooves and a new column appearing in that place. The boy was surprised. The Valkyries who remained with horns could use his magic, which he acquired after the naming ceremony. Then the 5 Valkyrie heads lined up and began to build walls, and the young man left them there for further division. He didn't understand how exactly they did it, but it looked quite powerful. The hero prepared magic mushrooms and called the horses to rest a little and gain magical energy. But in reality, he didn't know what to cook food from or how to restore magical energy, but he decided that it would do. The main thing was that the effect was visible. After some time, the entire wall around the field was ready. The hero proudly showed his brother his creation. Thanks to the service animals, everything was done quickly. The boy confirmed that the wall looked quite good, but he was curious about the entrance and exit. Suddenly, it dawned on the young man he'd forgotten about this. Now the question arose of what to do next. Meanwhile, a friend suggested making a special path leading to the entrance. The young man had already thought through the entire path plan. It required land clearing and soil improvement. He intended to build the perfect road that would suit everyone. To do this, it was necessary to install a gate on the village side and an opposite one on the forest side. The planned road of concrete and asphalt would look beautiful, but its maintenance would be expensive. The young man recalled that roads from thousands of years ago still existed. Roman-era stone city streets were built using 3 construction sequences. The first involved a deep pit, the second involved a mound of stones, gravel, and clay, and the third involved laying thick stonework with a slightly higher center. This would ensure the road was waterproof and less prone to cracking. The hero decided to build it in the Romanesque style. The path had to be straight. Even if the angle deviated from the destination, the error over a distance of 100 kilometers didn't seem too great. In other words, it was a path created using measuring technology. The guy didn't know how long it would take, but he had spells and Valkyries, so everything should go smoothly. The boy noticed his brother's thoughtful look and asked what he was thinking about. Kyle had just recently undergone the naming ceremony. He entered the room, and the hero was surprised, as his younger brother usually didn't come to see him. The child explained that he had finished helping around the house and had come to visit. He and his brother always returned home very late due to their heavy workload. Then he asked the hero again what he was thinking. The guy said he was worried that his window glass wasn't selling at all. The boy remembered those smooth and beautiful slabs that his mother had talked about, that they lay in a pile in the warehouse and only took up space. The young man was completely dejected by Kyle's words. When he first saw glass in the city, he thought there would be a great demand for it. However, locals rarely bought a product they hadn't seen before. In a society where people traded by exchanging things, no one would spend money on dubious items. The young man still found it difficult to accept the fact that a good thing didn't sell immediately. He wondered if there was something else that could be sold. The boy looked at the furniture with admiration. He would like to buy it for himself. He'd been there before and thought how beautiful it was. The hero explained that it had been crafted by a master lumberjack. In fact, he himself had liked the furniture. It even smelled of wood. However, none of the lumberjacks typically made or sold furniture. Medlock also said that most of the time, they simply sold felled trees. This was probably due to the heavy transportation involved. In the village, everyone used their furniture very carefully, so no one needed to buy it again, and delivery to the garden was still necessary. but service animals capable of pulling a cart were expensive. But the furniture in the hero's shop was really quite good, so the young man decided to ask the lumberjacks about it. The young man wanted to make something himself without the help of magic. The current extreme situation was causing economic collapse only because there was none. He had expanded the area of cultivated land, and now it was time to create the conditions for people to start earning money. Since the young man had decided to make furniture, it was necessary to gather craftsmen, build a factory, and recruit workers. The younger brother admired his brothers who had accomplished so much. The younger brother encouraged the boy, saying that he, too, would soon learn everything, even though he was still a child, so he could enjoy the moment and play calmly. Kyle was surprised by the way his brother spoke, because they were only 2 years apart. Suddenly, the boy remembered how the hero taught his older brother Bit magic, and he also wanted to start learning how to use it. The young man bowed his head sullenly. When Bit learned magic, he greatly upset his mother. At the time, the hero was simultaneously growing new varieties of radishes in a small field. His brother came and began interrogating him about how he could lift weights. At the time, the young man was working on the whole body strengthening magic and testing its effectiveness. He became curious to see how it worked on other people, so he decided that Bit would be a good candidate for the experiment and taught him how to use magic. However, the guy was not able to use magic of this kind, such as soil improvement and others, and there was no effect at all. The guy managed to master body strengthening through numerous training sessions, and thus he mastered it in a short period of time. Then Beat started picking fights with the village boys. The hero didn't know the exact reasons, but showdowns occurred quite often, and his brother managed to become the strongest without rivals. But there were also those who called on their elders to fight him, and then Bit also managed to remain the strongest. However, the brother was never able to master magic perfectly. His strength came from his own physical strength. He began returning home frequently battered and bruised. Apparently, he had acquired enemies older and stronger than him. But even so, my brother refused to give up. No matter how many times he lost, he still ran back into the fray. His experience became a link to his future military abilities. All the boys' fights and indifference to housework brought the woman to tears. His mother, seeing Bit's behavior, felt guilty about his upbringing. Eventually, it got to the point where he had no opponent left in the entire village. Kyle confirmed that this was indeed the case. That's when the hero decided there was no point in teaching anyone magic. However, if the boy truly wanted to learn, the young man was willing to help him. Unlike his older brother, Kyle didn't pick fights and was smart. The younger brother was thrilled by the idea and couldn't believe it. Then the hero suggested perfecting magic that would enhance memory, intelligence, and calculation skills. He was going to teach Kyle magic that would help him become very intelligent. Ranilla was hesitant, but decided he wouldn't regret it. Brother Beat failed him after learning magic, but he wanted the younger one to train his brain, not his muscles. The hero dreamed of teaching him so Kyle could read and count. After that, the boy would be able to become a first-class expert in his field. It would be great to work with such a Kyle. The traveler finally reached his goal. Now he wanted to find the answer to his question about what the gentleman who single-handedly defeated the giant boars looked like. The man taught the hero that such a form was unsuitable and that the oven would not produce enough heat. He believed that the gentleman had not yet learned how to build, and he repeated this quite often. He was close to getting the passing grade, so the man decided to reinstall the oven again. Then it could be used and also used to make bellows. The hero was ready to give up the ghost after all these tasks. The man shook R's and he tried to turn on the lights so the boy could continue creating without any problems. All this was happening in the future, but for now, they were talking about the wanderer brought by his brother who had appeared in the village. His name was Gran. He traveled the world and created all sorts of things along the way. He came to the village to meet the gentleman who had slain the giant boars. The hero and his brothers found the guest's speech intriguing. He then explained that this was the way they spoke in his homeland. The hero inquired whether the traveler was originally from the eastern provinces, and he was right. Gran was indeed born in the eastern lands. Ars guessed it must have been an island nation. The man was surprised but explained that his birthplace wasn't exactly an island, but that such places did exist. The young man then asked him to disregard his speculations. Then Ars introduced himself and explained that there was little left of the boars, but they could be seen in the warehouse. Gran decided to find out who the honorable gentleman was who had defeated the giants. He wanted to meet him in person. Ars declared that it was he. The man was surprised. He didn't expect the person to be a child, but the boy explained that he had set a trap and had a partner. The guest apologized and explained that he had heard about the ferocity of giant boars. Many villages had suffered because of these monsters. Bit believed that despite everything, these monsters were still just enormous boars. Was it really worth coming so far to see them? The guest was surprised by the villagers' ignorance of these creatures' ability to use hardening magic. This was precisely why the monsters couldn't be pierced with an arrow, and attacks were generally difficult. Moreover, the remains of magical beasts could be excellent material for creating something new. A boar's tusk could be used to forge a weapon stronger than steel. Ars was shocked by this information. He was glad he hadn't thrown away the monsters' bodies. Gran wandered through various locations in search of special materials and crafted various weapons from them. The hero wanted his guest to craft a sword from the beast's fang. The man agreed, and then the hero asked him to do it, even offering his thanks. They entered the warehouse and approached the fanged wall. The traveler liked these materials. The fang undoubtedly belonged to a magical creature. Moreover, they still contained magical energy. They were the remnants of magical power. If you were hunting a magical beast, it was best to do so when the monsters began to activate this power. After transforming the fang into a sword, all magical energy would also become excellent. The hero realized the fangs would make an excellent sword. He was just beginning to rejoice, but the guest interrupted him. He explained that to craft a sword from a magical beast, they would need equipment and a catalyst. Therefore, the man would be unable to fulfill their request, and besides, there were no craftsmen in their village capable of making such a thing. Ars didn't understand what equipment and catalyst meant, and he didn't want to give up so easily. However, Gran stood his ground, believing these items were necessary. They needed a furnace capable of withstanding high temperatures and a magic cage from a magical beast which would serve as a catalyst. The young man understood the first, but questions remained about the magic cage. The man spoke of things the hero didn't understand. The traveler then explained that the magic cell was an organ or part of an animal that he needed to harness its magical power. Animal organs varied, and obtaining them was difficult. The guy pulled out an antler similar to a deer's and asked if it would work as a catalyst. If that's what it takes, then all that's left is the oven. Gran picked up the item to take a closer look and noticed that it was valuable and rare. He wasn't sure, but he could say for sure that it could serve as a catalyst. The young man was pleased to hear this, but the guest suddenly asked if the horns belonged to the local service animals. Ars confirmed his guess. He'd heard of beasts capable of using magic, and if the catalyst was removed from them, the magical energy would later be used to supply others. Gran didn't think he'd see anything like that in such a place. The hero asked him more precisely, did the guest really believe that there were magical beasts capable of using magic? Such animals were highly prized throughout the world. The young man remembered his merchant uncle. He decided to negotiate about prices. If he had deliberately hidden this information from him, then he would have to think about his future relationship with this merchant. Then he decided to change the subject and asked what was next. They needed to get a stove. They'd need a lot more besides that, but that was the most essential. Ars enthusiastically volunteered to build one himself and decided to get started immediately. The bricks he created were able to withstand higher temperatures than others. In other words, they were called fireproof. But first he needed to try several times, at least that's what the hero thought. However, things turned out to be more complicated. Even if he managed to light the stove without the proper wind, the fire would go out and the temperature would not rise. So they needed bellows to create artificial wind. The young man was disappointed as the bellows were made of wood and he himself was an expert in earth magic. But Gran was filled with excitement and believed that with such a mood they wouldn't be able to make a weapon, so he suggested working together. It wasn't easy for the hero to work with such a creator. Kyle looked sadly out the window, realizing his brother was gone again, even though he'd worked so hard to turn the younger man into a professional. Soon they had a furnace and bellows that operated with a foot. The man admired their creation and praised the boy for making bellows suitable for such a huge furnace. It looked like a work of art. Ars, however, was so tired that he thought about sleeping. But the man explained that this wasn't the end of it. They would also need charcoal as fuel. To make it, they needed to build another furnace. This news did not please Ars, and the man continued to insist that burning ordinary wood would turn it into ash, and that to make charcoal, the wood must be burned into a sheet in a closed room where there would be no air. Soon the charcoal kiln was ready, and Gran even praised it. He had to visit many places, and often in those places there was not enough money and equipment for his creativity. Then the man began to cry bitterly. But now he was happy. It was time to light the first fire. Suddenly, the hero turned and ran away, the traveler not understanding what had happened to him. However, the boy had no intention of enduring him any longer. He flew into the house and fell powerlessly to the floor. Kyle was surprised by such a sudden appearance because his brother had not appeared for several days. The hero crawled with difficulty to the boy and told him to go help his favorite Gran, but Ars himself did not want to do this anymore. The young man said this for his brother's sake, since he, too, would find his calling in the future. If he trained his brain by helping the traveler, he would remember everything much faster. However, the younger brother was indeed smart and immediately discerned his elder's true intention to escape. The young man explained that he would be busy making another kiln during this time. The village had a vast forest and vast reserves of wood, but there wasn't a single person capable of making high-quality charcoal. At least, that's what Gran said. The hero decided that if such coal was so valuable, the profit from selling it would be high. Kyle headed toward the man, sending his younger brother as his favorite victim while he himself escaped. After some time, the hero visited Gran. The man was glad to see him back and then told him that thanks to the boy's efforts, they were able to complete everything. But Kyle lay face down and didn't even move. That was his prey. It turned out he'd been the one who lit the fire for the stove. The young man patted his brother on the back and apologized. Gran approached them and began boastfully showing off one of his finest creations, his pride and joy in his humble opinion. The hero held the sword in his hands with delight and slight shock. This blade was the color of pearl. It seemed to shine brightly. However, the weapon turned out to be quite light compared to the old sword. Despite its light weight, it could easily dispatch enemies. Its durability was evident even when it wasn't hardened by magical power. It was enough to simply transfer magical power as needed. The man called Ars and said he wanted to give him something else to take with him. It turned out to be a small sword he had made from the tusk of a young boar. The hero took the dagger in his hands. He decided that the master made it because Ars was a child, and it was most suitable for his self-defense. This sword, created from the fang of a small magical creature, possessed the ability to grow. It fed on the magical energy of its wielder and grew. When the dagger becomes the same size as a greatsword, it will also become more powerful. It will only grow for a limited time as long as it belongs to a single wielder. Later, the blade can be passed down from generation to generation, and it will continue to grow stronger. In this way, the sword could become a family heirloom. Something similar, according to Gran, existed in noble families. The hero was grateful to the man, for he had been looking forward to the sword above all else, and this dagger possessed a special elegance. The traveler cheerfully remarked that for a wandering craftsman like himself, this was his only chance to create something. The young man believed that a self-taught man would be incapable of such a feat. The guest was glad to meet Art, but the hero interrupted him and said he'd be glad if the man stayed with them for a while and helped. They still had fangs, so they could forge more swords. Then he asked if the blade had a name, since custom dictated that a weapon should bear the name of its creator. The man would be very happy if the sword was named Invincible Fang Gran. The hero was satisfied with the name and promised to protect the dagger. That's how he received his first sword. Then the young man gave Kyle some magic mushrooms to restore his strength. Gran was shocked when he saw the supplies. However, this had nothing to do with cooking. There was no better catalyst in the world than magic mushrooms. The master was blissful, for this village had become a paradise for merchants. In the old days, such a vast harvest had never been possible. Currently, the young man used a portion of the walled land as a place to grow magic mushrooms, and lumberjacks actively assisted in plant cultivation. By burying mushrooms in wood, the process could be extended for several years. They could very well be used as a catalyst for weapon making, but in moderation. They served to restore magical energy. The man concluded that the mushrooms were used to make medicine, but he was mistaken. The hero didn't know how to make medicine. The young man simply chewed them raw and thus restored his strength. This method was rather primitive. Hearing this, Gran offered to cook something for the boy. Ars was surprised that the man knew how to cook. As a medicine, mushrooms could also be an excellent catalyst, which is why he wanted to look at them. In any case, the young man will be able to observe and enjoy the process of preparing the potion. Then the traveler touched Kyle and said he would join them. However, the boy didn't even want to move. Ars also considered this more of a trauma than a pleasure. The child needed rest and was put to bed. His brother told him to come back later and see how he could help. That would be enough for him. Then the hero called Gran to begin crafting their future masterpiece. The guest's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The medicine for restoring magical energy was similar to tea. The method for preparing the medicine from magic mushrooms consisted of 3 steps. First, they had to be dried, then roasted, and finally ground into powder. Next, the prepared powder needed to be diluted in water, and the healing, energy-giving brew was ready. The hero thought it would be some kind of potion, but it turned out to be mushroom tea. This all worked because Gran used charcoal and cooked it over a steady fire. Ars began to wonder what they would build with this catalyst again. The man was determined to create leather armor from the skin of a giant boar. To oak the boar skin, it was necessary to immerse it in a catalyst of a medicinal decoction. Then the effect of the magic would be incomparable. Such armor didn't have the magical power of a boar tusk sword, but unlike ordinary armor, it was stronger. Ars was amazed at how much Gran knew and could do. The boy was glad to see him in the village. The man modestly admitted he didn't know much. The traveler suddenly hinted, with a glint in his eye, that he would be deprived of sleep again. Ars frowned, for Gran was a good man when it came to his thoughts, until an idea crept into his head and he robbed someone of their sleep. The hero wanted to praise himself for creating a new meditation spell. He sighed heavily, wishing he could get a peaceful night's sleep so that all his fatigue could quickly disappear. If not for this spell, the young man would have long ago given up his life of work. However, soon every suit of giant boar hide armor was ready. The man thought he was beautiful, but the armor was too big for a hero. Ars then explained that if the armor were made only in his size, no one else would be able to wear it. But the suit somehow helped the young man in his work in the field, and when they took his measurements, he was very happy. The boy knew he'd keep growing and the armor would fit him perfectly. It was also a small bonus for Bit. When his brother no longer wore the armor, the hero would take it for himself and be able to remake it. The man enjoyed every day. He was happy to start the next task and asked the guy what it would be. When the young man declared that the armor had been sufficient for now, the traveler fell to his knees in frustration. Ars had been very cruel to him and wanted to take away his only consolation. However, they had just enough bricks to build a 2-story building, but they couldn't allow their number to exceed that. In other words, bricks had to be used in the construction of the building. Then, using memory preservation magic, the hero could reproduce his vision. If he succeeded in building a good house for Gran, then Ars would be able to continue building houses with magic. The hero wanted the man to build the building, for which he could use lime as a lubricant. The craftsman also had to make the house comfortable to live in. The young man set these conditions for Gran. Then he asked the master what he thought would be best to create and sell. But for the traveler, this didn't matter much. He simply wanted to create something unique and new. The young man understood that his guest was doing something beyond his own capabilities. Ars suggested that he build a building from all the given bricks. For Gran, this idea was tempting. He could come up with many new ideas. He accepted the hero's challenge with trepidation and rushed toward the pile of bricks. The young man was glad. He liked everything. However, Ars himself wanted to try something. The sword forged by Gran was imbued with hardening magic. Thanks to the catalyst and magical fangs, the young man wanted to check whether the same principle would work on other objects. He collected a boar tusk, a Valkyrie horn, homemade bricks, sand, and healing powder. These materials should be enough. To make fire-resistant bricks, bricks had to be crushed, mixed with clay, fired, and then all done in reverse order. The hero decided to apply the knowledge from his past life and create what he desired. The guy began to mix crushed brick with crushed horns and sand. Then all this was mixed with a medicinal decoction. The young man made several similar mounds of loose material with a similar composition. The next step was firing, but ultimately nothing came of it. All the bricks fell apart and cracked. The young man suggested adding more of the decoction to thicken the mixture, then stirring more frequently. Within a short time, the entire room was filled with failed projects. And so, after many failures, Ars finally managed to make a whole brick. It was even too strong. It differed from fired brick and was more like marble. This led to the creation of a new product called Super Strong Brick. The hero still found it incredible that such a thing could be crafted from just a few materials and a catalyst. He could now understand Gran's feelings, but for some reason, he possessed no magic other than earth magic. Therefore, the young man believed that creating something like this was beyond his capabilities. No matter how many times he tried to imagine it, he couldn't make the bricks stronger. The hero's poor concentration was replaced by constant reflections on his past life. This is precisely why he wanted to make it all happen in reality. But the boy's exploration didn't end there. He picked up a brick and used the memory retention magic. The hero then placed his hands on the ground and chanted, "Create super strong brick." He cast a new spell, just like he had when he had succeeded in building the house. Now Ars could create an exact replica of a solid brick without any additional tools. Mania is definitely a cool thing. The young man looked at his creation with dissatisfaction. Everything turned out not quite in the Romanesque style as he wanted, but rather looked more like a marble floor. The hero cast a special spell designed to build a Romanesque-style road based on his initial vision. He then concluded that this version with smooth marble would be even better, as it would be easier for carts to move without any bumps. Furthermore, a pedestrian path should be built on both sides of the road. Having finished his chores, the young man went to see how the construction of Gran's house was progressing. Upon seeing the final result, he was greatly surprised. The building turned out to be wider than he had expected. The builder explained that he had added more windows to save on bricks. While Ars perfected the magic of road construction, the man fulfilled his request in the best possible way, although not in the Roman style. Kyle told the foreman that Ars had a lot of window glass lying around unneeded in his warehouse, so he took it and used it for all the windows. He also used an arch structure around the door, creating a keystone. This type of construction not only saved on building materials but also provided undoubted strength. It allowed pressure from above to be displaced sideways. This construction method was suitable for masonry materials and devices subject to compression. Bridges were an example of such structures. The young man praised Gran, saying the building had turned out spacious thanks to its many windows. The guest was pleased that the gentleman was satisfied. The hero promised to repay the traveler for all his efforts. The man asked Ars for permission to build a house on his land. The boy was surprised by his offer, and the man explained. He had happily traveled through various lands, but now he wanted his own home, and with the hero, Granu would always have something to do. The young man paused. The number of people wishing to live in the new land was growing, but the Valkyries also lived there. He feared for their safety and refused to grant permission to anyone. But he couldn't refuse a man as gifted as Gran. The young man gave the master permission to settle on this land, and the man was very happy about it. So he became the first resident of the new territory. The young man ate steamed boar meat and thought that if Gran lived on his land, he himself would soon be able to move there. But he couldn't bring himself to do so because his mother was always waiting for him at home, preparing delicious meals. The hero's oldest brother had already married, though marrying at 14 was premature even in this world. And because of the darkness inside the house, Ars practically lived in a warehouse. In their world, both house and land were inherited by the eldest son. If the father, the head of the family, died, the eldest son and his children assumed control of the household, and the remaining brothers became the workforce. In the hero's family, everyone respected each other very much, and the relations between its members were very warm. But even there, more effort was needed. First, the cultivated land needed to be leveled. The young man decided to move his base, which had previously been near the wall, to the center, and also to build the house Gran had built there. The building looked like it was made of marble. The hero had simply replaced the used bricks with newer, harder ones. The boy had been preparing for an independent life since the age of 5 and finally decided to leave home, despite his mother's concern for his dietary supplements. Ars surrounded the entire land with a kilometer-long wall of solid bricks, which was located inside an even larger outer wall of the same material. From 4 sides, he created paths to the center using the road construction spell. The hero thought Gran's house would be located south of the center, but he turned out to be a passionate worker and obsessed with production. He gave him land, and the man built a new house on it using a memory spell. Along the southern road, Ars built a house for his brother Bit, who also wanted to leave home and live in the fields. Apparently, the boy lived communally with his comrades, renting out rooms to them. The young man decided to use the northeastern forest for the forestry industry and charcoal production. As a result, workers and loggers began arriving, led by Medlock. While this chain of events was unfolding, the hero turned 9 years old. The young man was furious and scolded Ars for giving some traveler land without telling him. the youth wondered why the merchant needed the land. The hero intended to continue clearing and leveling the northwestern territory. Moreover, his house was located right in the center, where the Valkyries lived and magical mushrooms grew. It was especially forbidden to release any animals that still had horns. All animal breeding was primarily carried out by the horned service animals themselves. In this simple manner, work progressed on the land of Ars. The man continued to protest, arguing that he wouldn't be a full-time merchant and would need land. Then the hero gloomily reminded his uncle that, according to him, magical service animals didn't exist. The merchant then defended himself by claiming he didn't know anything about such a thing. The young man chewed his sandwich with dissatisfaction and realized that he had never experienced anything like this either, so they were even and it was time to calm down. Even if he had discovered that magical beasts were highly valuable, Ars still cut off their horns to deprive them of this power. Selling magical beasts was considered a disadvantage. The boy finally agreed and gave the merchant permission to move into the area. However, he asked him to remember that bartering was common practice in the village. He suggested his uncle open a shop selling various delicacies. The work was beyond his capabilities, and Ars had known him for a long time and trusted him. The man promised to think about the idea, but then remembered he had something he wanted to share. Then he told the hero that there were rumors about the appearance of a dangerous group on his land. He then pointed to the guy and clarified that all the residents considered him to be the one who threatened the civilian population. The young man couldn't believe what he was hearing. After all, he was just a sweet, innocent child not fit for the role of danger. The man asked him to put his self-esteem aside. Ars began to doubt whether he was doing something dangerous. The merchant explained that he had managed to take control of a vast tract of land in a short time and surround it with a wall. To the nobles, this all seemed strange. Taxes would soon have to be paid, so the uncle advised the hero to come up with an explanation for the management, even though he had the right to own the land. The young man was surprised because last time when he paid taxes, no one told him anything. People began approaching them, their disgruntled voices audible from all sides. One of them showed a document and declared that the entire territory would be transferred to the Fontaine family's control, and that if they disobeyed, they would use force. That was their guarantee. In the village, land and poll taxes were paid once a year in the form of wheat, which was collected from farmers and given to tax collectors by the village head. But since Ars paid his taxes in cash, the tax collectors came to his home in person, and on such occasions they had to be given a lavish reception. Cleaning and preparing various meals was quite laborious. The tax collectors arrived, enjoyed the treats, and having received their money, returned. It might well have seemed reasonable to protect producers from plunder. Even if life was limited, a life free from hunger and the worry of possible persecution for the sake of war had to be guaranteed. The hero wasn't a foolish child from a simple village who could accept a life limited to raising livestock. He considered himself different, for he retained memories of a past free and prosperous life. The territories belonging to Ars were to be transferred to the Fontana family. All living creatures and everything on this land were to belong to the same family. The hero would also be under the Fontana's protection. Now the young man understood what the merchant had meant. These animals could indeed be useful in battle. People believed there was a possibility of unknown people lurking in the area. Therefore, the measures taken were necessary for his own protection, so that the young man could breed these precious animals without any problems. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard, and the whole crowd decided to start the search from the warehouse behind the house. Then the hero suddenly remembered that Kyle was inside. At that moment, everything inside him turned cold with fear. But it was too late. The boy and the Valkyrie were already lying on the ground. The soldier stood with a bloody sword and cursed the younger man for preventing him from obtaining the beast and refusing to obey. But the boy could only distinctly hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Bit flew into the room and called for his brothers. He immediately asked Ars if they were okay. The hero remembered the soldier who swung his sword at him and called him a hillbilly. The boy explained that fortunately Kyle was okay, he'd only lost consciousness. The Valkyrie had probably protected him. The boy had cut his forehead, but it wasn't a serious injury. His brother understood and then asked about him. He was worried about Ars's well-being, but the young man was in no hurry to answer. He remembered fragments from that situation, how his heart beat, and how he released the crystal from his hand. In the next moment, he struck the soldier with magical power. A lot of blood spurted out of the man and even hit the young man. The young man raised his trembling hands to his face and told Bit that everything was fine and he wasn't hurt. However, that wasn't what his older brother was worried about. He then said that his father had brought people with whom he could consult, after which he called Ars down, because Kyle should soon wake up. The hero understood that he had shot at the soldier and that he would cower on the spot, which meant that punishment for this could not be avoided. The merchant explained that if the Fontana family's soldiers reported the events, they would undoubtedly gather troops and head for them. The young man asked if they could escape. Gran believed that fleeing to other noble lands might be useful. If they were a rival family to the Fontanas, there was a good chance they wouldn't be handed over. Ars, however, was renowned for his magical beasts, but hiding him in this manner didn't guarantee complete protection. The young man understood that if he survived, he would lose his freedom. He clenched his fist. Even if a commoner refused to obey the nobles, that didn't mean he wouldn't have a free life. Bit was outraged, because if this was truly the case, it could lead to war. He decided that Ars didn't care that their home could be destroyed. Hadn't the young man worked for this since he was a child? The boy was determined to fight alongside him. He believed it was the elder brother's duty to protect his younger brothers. Besides, the young man had already killed one of the soldiers. Kyle was also in danger. From now on, he, too, could be killed. If the soldiers returned, they would capture every last one of the hero's relatives. The boys had no choice but to fight. However, Ars doubted it. No matter how powerful a mage he was, he couldn't do anything against so many soldiers alone. Bit's uncertainty angered him even more. Medlock intervened in the conversation. He too was not going to simply watch the death of a child he had watched over since his early years. Moreover, no one was going to return to their previous life. If the little gentleman suddenly decided to fight, none of the residents would remain on the sidelines. The man believed that it was thanks to the hero's efforts that the lumberjacks lived without knowing hunger or poverty. Medlock leaned down to the boy and added that he had become the most important person to them. That's why everyone was willing to risk their lives to save him. The young man couldn't resist hugging him and thanking him. The man watched them with a heavy heart. The father sighed. He saw that everyone was eager to help, and he, as a father, couldn't stand by and watch. The man was ready to go with them anywhere. After all, it was his duty to protect his family. Ark was surprised. He couldn't have imagined he could gather so many allies willing to risk their lives. The merchant also agreed to go with everyone, offering to gather information about the army from his fellow colleagues. The hero asked if his uncle was confident in his decision. He always sought profit in everything, but the man believed that if the young man were gone, his business with service animals would be lost. Besides, he himself agreed with the lumberjack. Looking at the faces of his family and friends, the hero became increasingly convinced that they had given him freedom. The merchant cheerfully said that the young man belonged only to him and suggested they consider how to gather more companions, as Ars was an expert at this. If the man succeeded, the young man would prepare a vast land for him. Although he was born a poor commoner, he lived a life of ease because he was free. The young man considered gathering like-minded people. But the question remained, what reward would they receive for opposing the nobles? Even if they were paid in cash, they would flee at the first opportunity. Volunteers remained an option. It was important to find something worth risking one's life for. Later, the hero finally decided what reward his supporters would receive. He was determined to fight for freedom from the noble family. The boy intended to bestow his own magic upon everyone, and from now on, his name would be Ars Barkid. He counted on the villagers watching him constantly and being able to understand everything themselves. Clearing the land, improving the soil, building a wall, all of this was the magic of a full-scale clearing. The hero took the name of the village and intended to name everyone by it, including his territory. From now on, all his comrades were considered the Barkid's family. Those around were stunned by such suddenness. Even if they didn't fight the Fountain family without elevating their land standing, they would remain incapable of competing with the nobles. Father didn't believe that a non-priest could assume the right to give a name. Ars bit his lip. He himself understood the absurdity. But then the young man began to use magic. The naming ritual using the magic circle was his best trump card, and he knew the risks of using it. For example, naming someone who already bore a name didn't erase the past, but rather added a new one. The boy wanted to decide on the spot whether those present would become members of the Barkid family. He began to call Asher Barkid, Bit Barkid, Tryon Barkida, Medloka Barkida, Graina Barkida, new name in place. Bit remembered how he was always hungry as a child, crop yields were low, and most of it was taken away as taxes, which caused a terrible famine. But at this time, unnoticed, his younger brother, 3-year-old Ars, began working in the field. The boy looked at him and couldn't understand why this fool was wasting his energy when nothing could grow. The hero was 2 years younger than him, but he already stood out from the others. He didn't know how the hero had managed to grow radishes, but the land where he worked was becoming very well tended. Although Ars was younger, he already possessed many times more strength. One day, Bit asked his brother why he carried such a heavy load despite his younger age and how he had become so strong. Then the hero taught him. The elder understood nothing of magic, but once he absorbed it thoroughly, anything became possible. The boy learned the magic of strengthening the body and began helping Ars with the clearing of the fields, thus allowing him to expand his lands. Their field became the best in the village. The villagers were amazed that Ashura's third son could cultivate the field as a child. Many hoped that he would help them too. The young man smiled and refused everyone, citing his own business. This created the impression in the village that he was a bad man. The adults tried not to show their displeasure. The same couldn't be said for the children, who treated the hero cruelly. Bit watched as they prepared to beat him, knowing his brother was stronger in fights too. The boy couldn't tell what the younger brother was really thinking. And yet, every day he beat up anyone who wanted to harm Ars. Naturally, fighting alone against 5 of them at once couldn't be done without injuries, and naturally he had to make his mother cry. But Bit couldn't leave those who bullied his younger brother alone, so the hero pointed out his brother's flawed fighting technique. Then the young man began teaching him the proper moves. The older man was angry that he completely failed to understand for whom the showdown was really taking place. The boy tried to hit Ars, but he only commented that his brother was hitting him just as badly. The hero always knew how to dodge. In a fight with him, Bit was completely clueless. Applying his knowledge to fighting, the young man could defeat 10 men, even older ones. Thanks to this, he began to gain followers. Ars won the respect of the entire village. No one spoke ill of him anymore. He quickly dealt with the giant boars that were threatening the locals and then took up breeding magical beasts. Moreover, the hero managed to obtain permission from the nobles to own land. Meanwhile, the elder brother, observing his brother's success, firmly decided that he would not lose to him. Bit wanted to defeat the giant boars. He trained diligently, learning to ride a Valkyrie and practicing combat techniques with a wooden sword. His face expressed determination. He understood that the path to victory would not be easy. After all, he was Ars's older brother. The young man was breathing heavily, his face contorted with tension. Sweat streamed down his cheeks and his eyes glowed feverishly. He clenched his fists, trying to control himself. The magic he was using was truly fraying his nerves. When he succeeded, his friends were delighted. Gran considered Ars's abilities incomparable, and Bit did not believe that his brother could hide something like this from them. The hero himself was pleased with his success, and his older brother had hopes of becoming even stronger. Later, the young man instructed his father and brother to gather as many people as possible and tell them about magic. He also told them about how the nobles had tried to take his land and about the attempt to kill little Kyle. He hoped that the inhabitants would go over to his side, since only they themselves could protect them, so the hero called on everyone to defend their rights against the despotic nobles. Ars promised land and magic as gifts to those who would fight. By demonstrating the emotional and practical benefits to family members, it was necessary to gather allies. Bit rushed off to complete his tasks without a second's hesitation, shouting at his brother to trust him. Medlock decided to go and talk to the other lumberjacks. The merchant could have found all the necessary information directly in the city. The man understood everything and decided to first ascertain the gravity of the situation. Ars relied on him and asked him to take care of himself. In response, Tryon extended his hand. He also asked the guy to try to stay alive, after which they shook hands. The hero replayed his last words in his head and thought, he hadn't imagined things could go this far. In this world, commoners never turned against the nobility. He needed to come up with a backup plan in case no one showed up. After all, only about 50 men were ever sent to war. Outside, he could hear the noise of a crowd and their chatter. At least 78 people had gathered there. Medlock proudly explained that the woodcutters agreed with him and they were all brave men. Beat, however, brought all his former rivals and workers from the field, explaining that if they lost their jobs in the field, they would have no way to live. But what surprised Ars most was the arrival of Hector's eldest brother. The young man decided to join the boy as his pledge and entrusted his mother to his wife, Isla. The young man pondered the situation. He realized that his brother Hector's marriage to the village chief's daughter was no accident. Someone had clearly been counting on the family inheriting their lands after the wedding. His mind raced with troubling thoughts. The chieftain had been trying to avoid responsibility for his extramarital affairs and had enlisted the support of the villagers. And now this hasty wedding could ruin everything the family had worked to achieve over the years. Ars bestowed magic upon the inhabitants, and they were all delighted, as such power could significantly ease their household chores. Some even bowed deeply to the floor in gratitude. Bit asked if they had finished the naming ceremony, but the young man himself did not know that. Then the boy noticed Ars's outfit and asked what it was. The hero explained. Hector brought it, his mother made the suit for him. Although his older brother had planned to give it to him at his birthday party, he decided the right moment had already arrived. Bit listened silently to their conversation. Then he rushed forward, calling for everyone to leave, as they were supposed to be the first to arrive. The young man grabbed his hand and begged him to avoid fighting. Then the boy asked Ars what he planned to do next, but he was determined to wait for information from the merchant. Then he thought, even if they had fortified the castle from the inside, it would still be impossible for one person to defend a 4-kilometer-long perimeter. This great wall was not like a fortress wall that could prevent a raid. Those aristocrats were probably more powerful than the village peasants. The hero agreed, and it was decided to go out. However, he explained that they would not go into the city, at which point Bit's ardor subsided. They were supposed to head to the village of Lysoda, the nearest settlement to the southwest. The hero told its inhabitants that they wanted to spread the news of Bark's rebellion to the surrounding villages. This might even irritate many people. They all had to feed themselves every day, and every winter many froze to death or died of hunger. The people were displeased with the nobleman who took the wheat and ignored their plight, but he certainly could have listened to Ars. However, the guests were not greeted very warmly, armed with shovels. My father believed that something similar happened in every village when so many people with weapons approached them. The hero and Ashura kept their trip to the neighboring settlements a secret from the entire group, only so they could discuss the matter. Ars was unexpectedly recognized as Barak. A man with a huge sword stepped forward and asked the young man angrily what he was doing. The hero immediately realized that his blade was larger than the man himself. Most of the farmers used their pitchforks as weapons. Some of them carried spears, which were economical and had few metal parts. The father recognized the brave man as Vargas. He was a hero of the village and had accomplished great deeds in many battles. Now the young man understood why the knight had asserted himself with such authority. Beat galloped up to them and began delivering a speech about how the nobility had done the people of Barca a disservice and urged everyone not to succumb to the aristocracy's tyranny. They needed to stand together. The boy wore armor made from the hide of a great boar, previously crafted by Ars, as well as a great boar sword with a hard tusk, and to top it all off, he sat atop a beast servant. At first glance, it was impossible to tell he was the farmer's second son. Vargas could be intimidating, but this armor was equally magnificent. Now residents of different villages could talk on equal terms. When the men noticed the armor's material, they immediately asked Bit if he had killed Barca. The boy replied that he hadn't and called Ars forward. He then explained that his brother had killed the boar. Vargas didn't believe it, he took it as a joke. Then the man couldn't resist and suggested that they all laugh together, and that Bidu gather everyone and leave. The boy got angry and started yelling at him because he'd asked for his help in the fight against the fountains. However, that was exactly what the knight had said. He wasn't going to agree to that. Residents began to be indignant. Everything needed to be discussed properly. If they didn't do anything, this would become much more than a simple game of rock and scissors. Ars took out the crystals and used mind mastery. He then expressed his wish to the residents that they lay down their arms. He just wanted to calm down and have a normal conversation. Vargas was surprised by the magic. The hero warned him, if he attacked him, the young man would strike again and hit. The man rushed toward him defiantly, and he was quite fast. The young man knew he couldn't stop or they'd get into trouble. The fighter swiftly dodged attacks, demonstrating astonishing agility. Every move he made was meticulously calculated. He parried his opponent's blows with ease. It seemed no attack would catch him off guard. His sword flashed through the air, parrying scattered shots. The situation was escalating, but he remained completely focused. The young man calmly assessed the projectile's trajectory, aiming his palm for a scattershot shot. His insight allowed him to predict the attack's range. The enemy watched his every move tensely, understanding the danger of the maneuver. The hero understood that a mistake could result in devastating damage. Every man had something he feared. Ars kept firing his scattered shot, and the man dodged. The young man was getting nervous, and his father realized he was planning to pepper the knight with random shots, hoping to hit. However, the hero himself wasn't thrilled with this tactic. He needed to anticipate which direction Vargas would evade, but there was a danger the young man might run out of magic. He planned to fire first. Suddenly, his plan worked and everything worked out. Vargas's blow barely touched the guy. He was just beginning to think he'd gotten there, but his opponent reappeared behind him. Despite the man wearing leather armor, a direct hit from the scatter shot failed to inflict any damage. Apparently, this was a resilience spell. Ars could also achieve a similar effect through body reinforcement. Vargas was able to master a shout that increased his defense in combat. As the knight approached him again, a strange smile appeared on the youth's face. He suddenly apologized to his opponent and pulled out the crystals. The unexpected blow was direct and deadly. Vargas's enormous sword split in half and part of it flew far away. The people were shocked by the sight. In the end, the man was defeated and they had a victor. The knight cursed, not understanding what had happened. The young man taught him about the use of the scatter shot, and a rapid series of these spells was essential for a successful counterattack. Vargas could read the direction of the attacks by the position of the palm, and his voice indicated when the shots would follow. The knight didn't think he could be struck without a spell. He was certain only he could do so himself. However, there were others around who could use body enhancement. Furthermore, Ars was glad he discovered before the duel with the nobles that shots alone might not be enough against an alert opponent. He could only adapt to one type of attack. The hero managed to defeat Vargas only thanks to the element of surprise. But even so, he was able to defend himself with his sword, softening the blow to himself. A man like him was definitely needed by the hero more than ever. The young man extended his hand to the man, and they shook hands. Vargas admitted defeat, but asked that no harm be done to the inhabitants of his village. However, the hero had no intention of doing this anyway, but the people were armed, so this conclusion was obvious. The young man admitted that he would not offend anyone. He simply wanted to join the knight to his team in the fight against the tyranny of the nobles. The man agreed to fight on the side of Ars and gave him his word. The aristocrat frowned, realizing that everything had happened due to his oversight, so he intended to lead his soldiers into the village of Barca. This was a worthy occasion for the glory of the Fontana family. The brick appeared and the man picked it up. He never thought he'd live to see the day when magic could be used beyond the mundane. To ensure that the villagers of Linda and those who fought alongside Ars, including Vargas, could use magic, the settlement was named Barca. The young man hoped that sharing a common family name would be beneficial and would provide a sense of unity. A duel with one of the residents of the new village was an unexpected event. He saw this as a great opportunity to showcase his talents, to unite everyone and raise spirits. The hero defeated an extremely powerful opponent, a war hero. The residents began to believe that the young man really could be strong enough, and that by following him, they would finally have the opportunity to fight back against the nobles. Ars knew some were ready to abandon him and flee if they risked being at a disadvantage. But after the battle with the local hero, the mood changed. Everyone became filled with fighting spirit and the thought that together they could win their freedom. They even addressed the young man as General. He asked Vargas, puzzled, what kind of nickname they had given him. The man believed that since the young man had gathered all these people under his command, it was only natural for him to be their general. And the young man himself wasn't particularly opposed. Most of the people from Linda were willing to help simply because of the young man's presence. In Ars's opinion, Vargas was better suited for the role. A group of peaceful villagers from the village of Barca also joined the march. The knight considered this not his path. He preferred to be associated with friends rather than subordinates. The reason the man found himself away from his home was the incident with the traffic. He simply stood up to protect his people. The young man was convinced that going to the village of Linda was the right decision. The team decided to set up camp on the riverbank south of the village of Barca and on the route to the city. If the Fontana family sent their troops, they would certainly arrive at this location. The river wasn't very large, but it was deep enough. There were only a few places for a successful crossing. The hero suggested they begin setting up camp. They all needed to work together to clear the land and then find wood. It was needed to build an inn. After some time, the work was completed and they had a whole tavern town. Taking into account all the people who had joined from the village of Linda, the young man counted 100, but now they would be able to accommodate them all. Next, they had to split up and build defensive walls. The young man rejoiced at how well coordinated everyone was. It was great that they could use the same magic even without training. When he spoke the words, magical knowledge flowed directly into his mind. When he named someone, they became capable of casting all the spells the hero himself possessed. However, some were still unable to use wall erection. Apparently, the spell simply didn't resonate with them. Paving the Way had an identical structure. Ars realized that people with reduced magical potential couldn't cast spells. The previous two required more magical power than all other spells. If a person's total magic wasn't sufficient for a single casting, information about the spell couldn't even be transmitted. These could have been the body's protective instincts or the effect of a magic circle. People could only master magic that corresponded to their level of magical potential. The hero thought hard about exploring these questions. It was worth observing whether any changes would occur if the magical power reserve increased. Gran called the young man over to show him the finished leather armor. The young man picked up the armor and praised the man for his excellent work. Although the armor was simply crafted, it seemed quite durable. After the battle with Vargas, it became clear that heading to the front lines without any protection was quite risky. So the young man began thinking about getting a new outfit. The boy entrusted the blades of the strong tusk to his father and Medlock, close friends who could command others on his behalf. The knight believed this wasn't enough for him. No one would stand on ceremony on the battlefield. The merchant reported to the hero and everyone else the enemy's advance force, numbering 500. He also knew their daily schedule and current route. This figure shocked the young man. Usually the village of Barca recruited no more than 50 people, but this time they were dealing with 10 times the usual limit. Tryon was surprised by the rapid construction of the walls. Moreover, establishing a base in such a location and attracting people from a neighboring village certainly exceeded the Fontana family's expectations. The difference in numbers remained quite large. Usually, at least a 3-to-1 superiority was needed to overcome the wall's defenses, but the nobles had prepared an impressive force. This meant that the young man had no choice but to fight in the field. Vargas agreed with the general. Even if they managed to strengthen their defenses, there was no chance of victory, as they were short of men and resources. The aristocratic family probably viewed them as a bunch of peasants. Meanwhile, the villagers were intensively training in the use of magical power. This was a group of people capable of wielding combat magic. Ars told everyone they had only one chance to win, and therefore they had to surprise the enemy with a surprise attack, using field combat and surprise attack. The young man believed that if this were happening in a game, he would remain calm and let everything unfold. But in reality, everything was much more difficult. A horse approached him from behind, and the young man petted it. The Valkyrie began to bite, its way of comforting him. Then the young man assured the animal that it was all right. He was counting on her, wanting to survive with everyone else and gain freedom, and to achieve this, they had to make every effort. Soon, the aristocratic army overtook the small ranks of villagers. They outnumbered the commoners many times over. However, Ars wasn't surprised, as expected from noble warriors, many of whom were clad in metal armor. Thanks to this advantage, the young man was able to confront the army at the planned location. Their numbers and route of advance corresponded exactly to the merchant's report. A rider rode out towards them on a horse that looked identical to a Valkyrie, the only difference being the lack of horns. He called on the villagers to listen to him. A man named Ars had been declared a criminal. He had disobeyed the nobles' orders and had harmed the tax collectors and their guards. The young man noted that the rumors about a strong voice being the hallmark of a good commander were true. However, the man believed there was no need to put the entire village on trial. The father asked his son if they should have continued standing and listening to this eccentric. The aristocrat proposed that Ars surrender and the people lay down their arms, in which case they would allow their lives to return to normal. The hero understood that such things could indeed bring confusion into their ranks, so it was necessary to say something in response, since the speech before the battle began. The young man didn't know if he could say something that would inspire his allies and undermine the enemy's morale, but there was a chance to ease the tension. By concentrating magic on the vocal cords and increasing the vibration, it was possible to produce a loud and clear voice. The hero loudly declared that the Fontana family had signed an act transferring the rights to the village of Barca to him. However, noticing the surge in development in this settlement, the Dorians wanted to reclaim it. They decided to take the people's land and everything that belonged to it. Then they tried to lay hands on the inhabitants themselves. The air began to resonate, carrying the sound of their voices far and wide. The voice embedded in the magic amazed those who heard it. The young man was ready to confidently defend his rights with his own strength, and the aristocrats were unable to intimidate the people with their tyranny. The common people would never again tolerate the atrocities of the nobility. Exorbitant tax collection was practically tantamount to starvation. From now on, the hero had no intention of allowing them to treat people like pets. Having delivered his speech, he called everyone to attack. He led the people to win their freedom. They were amazed at how he declared the battle right in the middle of his speech. The commander of the nobles ordered to hold the line and prepare for an attack. The man noticed the passion and stopped the knights. The young man became angry that his path was blocked, and swinging his arm hard, he threw the entire crowd away. They were blown away by one swing. Since the guy was worried about the effective range of the ball of the strong tusk of the saddle, he made a pole from hardened bricks. The young man couldn't have imagined such a powerful effect could be achieved in this way. But first and foremost, there was the body strengthening, not just a one-time application, but a boost pushed to the limit by focused magic. He waved a long pole and warned that if anyone stood in his way, they would simply be blown away by the shock wave. The young man rushed at them in the heat of his speech, giving them no time to prepare a defense with shields, spears, or archers. However, he had no need to fight those who had been brought in by order. Besides, it was an unusual sight to see a child easily throwing grown men aside. This, most likely, was what discouraged the soldiers, recruited from among the common peasants. If the newly formed Barca family wanted to win the battle, they had to defeat their commander, but he couldn't go forward alone. Thanks to body reinforcement and scattershot magic, each of Barca's ranks surpassed the nobles. However, they were only able to demonstrate a limited number of magic types. Ars managed to demonstrate a power capable of driving adults mad by strengthening his child's body. The thing was, he began absorbing magical power from infancy, from food, air, and the environment. He accumulated it, mixing it with his own magic to enhance his mastery. But when it came to everyone else and their internal magical potential, they simply weren't capable of unleashing that much power. The qualitative and quantitative reserves of magic directly influenced a person's combat abilities. In this case, few could keep up with the strengthened hero. The young man called his brother and Vargas to follow him, and left himself and the woodcutter to lead the others and follow them. The goal was to reach the armored salad group in the enemy's center. Ars, Bit, and Vargas were the key force and spiritual support of the Barca people, just as the armored men were for the Fontana warriors. If they succeeded in crushing the enemy, it would break the militia's morale and help eliminate them. However, wearing metal armor reduced the effectiveness of the scatter shot. People dressed in it possessed a significant reserve of magical power. The young man began to suspect that the opponents had decided to set a trap at the entrance. But this did not stop the hero from going ahead. He understood that if the armored ones managed to cut them off from the rest, disaster would ensue. Suddenly, the young man heard one soldier yell at another to stand up and not dare lose to a child. He wondered why they hadn't been scattered. Apparently, they were weaker than he'd expected. Even considering the knights had excellent equipment and a magical reserve many times greater than the militiamen. But the qualitative structure of their power was the same. The soldiers' magic was no match for Ars's power, which resembled a thick liquid. It was simply a large cluster of dull haze. Such differences in quality could have an impact on combat effectiveness. The boy shouted to Vargas that he had at least 10 men. The man found this amusing. General turned out to be a true madman, which was a rather flattering assessment. An aristocrat and a commoner clashed in battle. Ars wasn't going to tolerate any more unrest. Suddenly, the commander told the boy they hadn't seen each other in a while and then asked how his meal had been. The young man's voice sounded familiar. The man explained that the hero was still too young to remember him. It turned out to be the Fontana family's steward, the owner of the local lands, whose name was Raymond. Ars truly couldn't remember him. He was the man who bound the Valkyrie's enemy when they were presented as a gift to the Fontana family. And he was also the one who presented the hero with the deed granting him the land. Raymond also tried to take everything from the young man. The tax collector's notice had included that same name. That's how he truly felt about what people earned through honest labor. The brother asked the younger one to pull himself together and look around. All the heavy infantry was already rising to their feet. The enemy commander deliberately came out in front of ours to slow them down and buy time. Suddenly, the young man realized that their advantage had been lost and things were taking an unpleasant turn. The noble army intended to unleash magic against the villagers. In this world, every person of noble birth possessed their own magic. Possessing powerful magical power and using it to resolve emergencies allowed aristocrats to enhance their status. But no matter how powerful the magic on the battlefield, numbers were decisive. The nobles began summoning commoners from all lands and bestowing magic upon those who had distinguished themselves in battle. In other words, a naming ceremony was held. However, it was also dangerous for the nobility to grant someone such powerful powers, capable of injuring or killing. In fact, there had already been a precedent that led to the introduction of selective magical distribution. To gain the right to wield power and rise above the status of a commoner, 2 steps were necessary. First, to frequently participate in battles, win the favor of the nobility, and join the ranks of their infantry. Second, to work under a knight already imbued with magic and to excel in that position. However, one was not to abuse one's power or underperform on the battlefield. Failing this could result in one's family name being stripped and one's property confiscated. These trends led to the establishment of a system of noble control, with loyal knights serving as servants. What Ark pulled off in Barca village was a kind of trick within this very system. His family name could bestow earth magic. The Fontana family's ancestral element was ice, and all soldiers who could use magic used the ice spear. The hero gritted his teeth. He understood that he would not be able to repel them all alone. Therefore, he decided to leave the rear to his comrades. With the strong tusk sword and the magical body enhancement, he should have been able to deflect the attacks. But this required keen and agile vision. It was necessary to balance the power between body enhancement and vision enhancement. The effect was supposed to be like slow motion. The hero had never shared his magic before. Controlling it under such conditions proved quite difficult, but he managed it. The knight's preliminary gesture before using the ice spear was similar to the scatter shot motion, allowing the direction of their attacks to be predicted. Vargas was able to counter Ars's spell, having already had experience fighting knights on the battlefield. At that moment, a spear struck the man. The young man began to worry whether his friend was safe. Despite the strengthening of his sword and body, some damage was bound to occur. When they fought, the man tried to avoid most of the shots. However, in this situation, if he starts to dodge, the blow will hit either the hero or the brother. In this battle, Vargas had to use his body as a human shield. The young man admired his friend's skill. Previously, he had been forced to meekly remain silent, watching as his Valkyrie's horns were chopped off. The young man saw Bit, armed with 2 swords at once, clearly possessing a wild disposition. Well, now the guy had his own strength and a reliable comrade he could rely on. Ars was clearly not what he used to be. He gave hope to a simple dish to win its freedom. Bit threw out a mocking question about finally running out of strength. Then he petted Kiwi and clarified that she had the same. Suddenly, there was a dripping sound. Blood began to trickle out from somewhere. Valkyrie was wounded. The guy, noticing this, quickly jumped down. He rushed with renewed vigor to attack those who dared to hurt the animal. The hero asked Vargas to cover his brother. Even with the strong tusk, ball, and body reinforcement, the warrior's armor could still cause problems. Bit dealt a powerful blow to one of the soldiers, thus managing to pierce the iron armor. The young man did not fully realize this, since the only people he could compare himself to were the village children. But it was clear that even with his magic drained, the elder brother was strong enough to defeat the knight. Ars never imagined their strength would prove so effective on the battlefield. The hero's older brother's prowess, wielding 2 swords, clearly managed to throw the soldiers into confusion, but Vargas was not far behind. The young man concluded that his comrades were doing just fine without him. The brother distracted the knights, leaving them with fewer free hands. He was left to resolve the upcoming battle with the commander himself. The man was surprised that the sword in the young man's hands was imbued with magic, and the physical enhancement was also quite unusual. He wondered how Ars had managed to pull off such a thing. The boy replied rather rudely that it was none of his business. Meanwhile, there was no sign of movement around the knights. The commander admitted that trying to lure the young man out and take him alive had been a mistake. Steward Raymond's magical power far exceeded that of the knights. He could not be seen as an ostentatious commander who could rely solely on the strength of his guards. Moreover, his sword was extremely dangerous. It emanated terrifying power. The blade's power surpassed that of the strong tusk. The man was quite sad to say goodbye to the young man on the battlefield. The hero needed just one fatal blow. This attack had to be extremely decisive, capable of crushing the commander along with his sword. The next moment, the hero struck the enemy and pieces of ice broke off from the enemy's weapon. It was the commander's turn to demonstrate the power of his ice essence blade. His sword was once again coated in ice and grew larger. Ars, though a child, could fight him, but the odds were still against him. Even if he managed to pierce the blade, it would begin to regenerate, gradually weakening his position. Suddenly, Raymond struck and wounded the horse. The young man was shocked. He was under magical enhancement, and yet they could still easily knock him down. Absurd superhumans existed in this world. The commander wasted no time and turned around for the next attack. The hero knew he couldn't avoid the ball on his own 2 feet, nor outrun such a swift Valkyrie. In that case, he had only one option. He used a scatter shot. The shot hit the horse. Thus the beast lost its balance and its rider fell. Now the opponents were once again on equal terms, despite Raymond's obvious superiority in physical strength. The hero couldn't miss this opportunity lest he be cornered. Everything had to be decided right then and there. He approached the enemy and raised his sword above his head. But the knights arrived in time to protect the commander and did not allow the guy to finish the attack. The young man roared at them to get out of his way, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But the soldiers attacked together, and the young man was also forced to maintain a dynamic vision. To penetrate metal armor, more magic had to be invested in physical enhancement. The boy's expectations were met. The knights were indeed quite strong. However, he found the strength to cope, channeling his magical power. Soon, he managed to dispatch the soldiers. When it was all over, Ars was breathing heavily from the tension. A terrible heaviness was felt in my head and body. It was too early to let my guard down. The commander praised me for my excellent fight with the knights. However, he understood that the boy had no strength left and suggested that he surrender. The young man was adamant. He stated with confidence that Raymond should have surrendered. Suddenly, the ground began to vibrate, which distracted everyone present, and the hero explained that they had all fallen victim to his plan. The man asked if everything was clear. From now on, the soldiers should stay straight along the river. Then the young man said it was time to move. It was simply a masterstroke. They understood that a surprise attack alone might not be enough. The strongest card the hero could play without dividing their forces was the service beasts that could attack from the flanks. Ars shouted at Valkyrie that she had to act. The service animals rushed to attack. People couldn't understand how this was even possible. These service beasts use magic. They use the same spells as the people of Barca. The mustachioed man worries about his troops while watching what is happening. He said that this was the most absurd sight he had ever seen. Ars decided to end this battle, and to do so, he needed to do one more thing: take his opponent's life. The boy told the man that they would say goodbye to him here. It was an absolute victory, right in front of everyone. Ars raised his sword and shouted that Raymond, the ruler of the Fontana family, had fallen by his hand. He called for the Fontana warriors to retreat. Then he said that Barca was free and the people could rejoice. They followed his advice and raised their arms. The soldiers retreated. Ars stood and breathed heavily. Valkyrie approached the hero and encouraged him. He snuggled into her arms and told her he was fine. Then he thanked her. Thus, Barca achieved victory. Meanwhile, in a camp north of the river, a man says he was terrified. Just remembering it sends shivers down his spine. He tells the hero what frightened him most: riding a Valkyrie under body reinforcement. Ars, however, isn't listening, instead focusing on the need to take care of the battle trophies. The true leader of the pack of service beasts was his very first companion, Valkyrie, but his heart somehow lifted for the man. He entrusted this to him because, aside from the hero and Brother Bite, no one else in the village of Barca knew how to ride a Valkyrie. Ars said his uncle had done a good job. It was the best moment of his life. The man praised him in return. But what are their next plans? This wasn't the full force of the Fontana family, after all. Right now, the hero would just like to get a good night's sleep, but he believes the gap in military might between them remains wide. They collected the weapons abandoned by the peasant soldiers of Fontana as they fled after their defeat. News of their triumph reached the villagers of Barcalinda, and about 200 people decided to join them, slightly increasing their chances of success. and most importantly, they secured a share of the spoils of war. The young man approached the general and asked how everything had gone, whether he had managed to get them to talk. He replied affirmatively, adding that they were commoners and had fought side by side in other battles before. They managed to capture 6 knights who proved extremely valuable as prisoners of war. The information they provided could significantly contribute to their victory. All of them were seriously wounded, so they are being treated, although they are still restrained just in case. If a feudal lord is unable to independently resolve a rebellion in a single small village within his domain, it will certainly tarnish his reputation. This, in turn, means that other nobles are unlikely to intervene while he deals with the problem. Ars said that even if they aren't looking for a fight, they need to demonstrate their strength capable of shaking the enemy's resolve and forcing them to consider negotiations. And to this end, they will build a true castle here. A castle is both a symbol of power and a key defensive stronghold. Walled fortresses are commonplace in this world. Scientific advances like firearms or cannons are very scarce here, likely due to the advanced nature of magic. And since the hand is nearby, they could surround their fortifications with a moat. A road also needs to be built to transport provisions from the villages of Barca and Linda. It must be strong enough to support the weight of loaded carts. They also built a watchtower and stationed a Valkyrie in it to keep track of everything going on around them. He's considering building defensive walls in the village of Linda. But first, we need to divide people into teams based on the type of magic they can use. Some say they can't use wall building or road making. The man said he was shaking all over. He never thought he'd live to see the day when he could take part in building a real castle. It was so wonderful that Mr. Ars was pushing the boundaries of convention even further than he'd ever heard. The outer wall structure reinforced by a moat, Linda's defensive walls and watchtower, the road to the villages of Barca and Linda. Since they had no precise information about the area, they simply moved from tower to tower. First, they covered the areas surrounding the castle. Could he be saying they came to them for the chance to realize their building ambitions? He intends to build a truly astonishing castle, one capable of astonishing even the eyes of aristocrats. And so the workforce increased even more, since road construction made it possible to travel from their villages to the camp in a day. The young man informed the hero that more people wanted to join them. And also, a guy from Barca asked me to pass on a message. Father Paul told him what he was seeing. Ars doesn't want to go to this meeting, it's somehow disarming. Sometime later in the village of Barca, Father Paul mentioned that he hadn't seen Ars for a long time. The man remarked that it seemed the hero had done a lot of bad things during his absence. Ars didn't understand what other things he was talking about. His father mentioned that he was about to get angry, and then the hero realized he was talking about naming. He's given the family name to so many people, bestowing magic upon them without the church's permission. And now, having come this far, he needs to learn something about these charms and the powers they grant. There is magical power in this world, and all people possess it to some degree. However, those who can plow fields with it like him or strengthen their bodies like Brother Bite and Vargas are rare. Such people are able to use magical skills, essentially witchcraft, and they are called sorcerers. Some of them who spent years training gain the ability to awaken their power with just a word. Eventually, this phenomenon itself became known as magic. And the people who use it are sorcerers, who enjoy great respect in society. And those people who are able to perform the naming ritual, granting ordinary people the ability to use spells, are called mentor magicians. They claim this art was bestowed upon them by God himself. This is the origin story of the Church of the Holy Light, of which he is a part. Along with this naming, they also spread the teachings of the Church of the Holy Light, ensuring that the art of life magic is channeled toward peaceful ends. But the magical mentors have different goals. The naming is like the bond between parent and child. In other words, the result of this ritual is the creation of a hierarchical magical bond. And not only does the child gain the ability to use the parent's magic, the latter also, in turn, absorbs some of the powers of the one with whom they shared their gift. So is this why their magical power has been increasing recently? In effect, he was using a secret sacred art of the Holy Church without permission, which is only permitted to those of priestly rank or higher. The hero is savvy enough to understand how the church would react to this. Ars realizes he's made a fool of himself because if a confrontation breaks out not only with the local nobility but also with the representatives of the Holy Church who are found everywhere, there will be nowhere to hide. It looks like his life is over. The young man asked his father to wait a moment, but nobles also use naming when accepting someone into their service as a knight. So it turns out he's not the only one who uses this special ritual. Isn't that enough reason for him to do the same? Paulo responded that the naming by nobles is carried out with the assistance of the church. Church priests act merely as intermediaries. The original line of magical power comes from noble families. It seems that this is still insufficient. And if misused, this power can be dangerous. Why don't nobles simply recruit knights indiscriminately if they know they can increase their own power this way? Because the church's approval of this ritual comes with reciprocal donations, it prevents unrest and maintains a balance of power. Ars asked if they were actually being paid. He replied that divine grace was sufficient, but in fact these rules were observed by both sides. In other words, Ars was not only using the church's secret art without permission, but also sabotaging their business. But if the connection passes from the parent to the child, it turns out that he is in the same situation with his parent. So it turns out part of his powers are being redirected to Father Paul. He confirmed this. He also said that after he named the boy after his family name, his powers began to increase. He believed this was due to the high quality of his own power. Ars reflects on the fact that he only named a Valkyrie once. However, all Valkyries born after that gain the ability to use magic. Therefore, it's likely that he has a connection with all others like her. In other words, the magical power of all the Valkyries is passed down from him to Father Paul. It's just like the principle of one mouse will be born. The man doesn't understand what he's talking about. Due to the increase in his magical powers, his rank was raised to bishop, and now he will coordinate not only the church itself, but also the areas surrounding it. The number of bishops is significantly smaller than that of ordinary priests and clergy, so this is a great success. The hero asked what this meant. The answer was that no one. One day, he discovers new magic and begins to understand how to use it, and so it becomes a given that his rank has risen. He can now use restoration charms. Ars wonders if this will lead to their people losing their skills in road building and wall building. Those lacking the potential to use them cannot even initiate these spells. However, when their magical power increases to the required level, they suddenly gain a connection with them. This is that very feeling akin to divine grace. Father Paul suggested getting to the main point. He looked seriously at the hero and pointed his finger at him. He offered Ars to entrust his future to him. Bodily harm and murder of tax collector guards and incitement of peasants. Furthermore, there was an attack on a neighboring village in open combat by warriors of the Fontana family. Ars said that coming from his father's mouth, it all sounds as if he was the villain, but in fact, it wasn't his fault that everything turned out this way. The unauthorized appropriation and abuse of the church's secret magical technique, naming, led to the uncontrolled spread of offensive magic. There's a more than compelling reason to fight Fontana, but in the case of the naming ritual, there's no justification for it. A possible solution for him in this situation is joining the church. Father said that if he was found to be using aggressive magic, he would be immediately handed over to anathema, because the church could track these connections, so he wouldn't even be allowed to leave the house. The hero asked what he meant. That is, at the moment, the biggest problem is the confrontation with the church, because he is forced to report to it. Because it was he who initially gave the inhabitants of the village of Barca their family name. He essentially named people through him. That's all that needed to be conveyed to reassure them. Frankly, the young man didn't quite understand why he decided to protect him. His father replied that he had a very good reason. His magical rank had risen precisely because of his power, and without the hero, he would naturally lose him. But more importantly, he is his protege who has abused the naming ritual to gain greater power, and he would prefer to remain silent about this. So it's perfectly reasonable that he has reason to maintain a good relationship with him. After all, reports to higher-ups can sometimes contain some inaccuracies. Ars thinks this man is intimidating. However, they won't give in without a fight as he acted too provocatively. So of course, they'll have to maneuver and make their contribution in the form of a donation. Usually when a nobleman wishes to perform a naming, he must make a charitable donation to the church. Therefore, even if Bishop Paul reportedly approved the rituals he performed without material proof, it would look suspicious. Ars said he would pay. The man wrote the amount down on a piece of paper. The young man was surprised and asked if he really meant to say he had to spend all his money at once to pay the fine. He replied that it wasn't an amount he couldn't afford. Normally, he wouldn't have to pay that much at once, but given the current circumstances, it was entirely fair. Ars thinks that it seems he is aware of the state of his savings and has already calculated everything, but it is pointless to spend his entire fortune to settle the issue with the church. He cannot entrust his future and the fates of all those who have trusted him into his hands unless the issue with the Fontana family is resolved. His father acknowledged that there are still some difficulties with them. The man asked what the root of the problem was. Ars suggested it was a question of whether they could defeat them next time. Paul said the young man was completely missing the point of the conflict. Where did the magic used by Barca's powers come from? There aren't many people capable of using magic, and farmers who can pass on their gift to others simply don't exist. The Fontana family believes one of the nobles is imbuing the villagers with magic and deliberately provoking a rebellion, so he heads off to speak with them. And he will inform them that no other representatives of the nobility have been replaced here, and that the people have rebelled because of the threat of losing their lands. And the hero has, in fact, awakened his own magic and passed it on to the others through him. Ars asked him if it was dangerous for him to stay on his side. He replied that his explanation would sound quite convincing since he himself had named the hero. Furthermore, due to his promotion, he has been assigned to oversee the churches in Fontana's domain, including the village of Barca itself. This gives them a slight advantage in negotiations with them. This could prove useful in defending their position. But of course, they'll have to lay the groundwork in advance, and without the hero's charitable donation, this could be quite difficult. It seems he'll need to do some serious preparation. He entrusts Barca's future to Bishop Paul. People are talking about Paul becoming their new bishop. This is true, although he was originally the priest in charge of the chapel in the village of Barca. They didn't expect to be taken under the wing of a bishop of the Holy Church. Does this mean Ars is capable of influencing even such an important agency? The soldiers were gathering. Someone called out to Ars. It was Father Paul. He was shouting that Fontana's management had already given their answer and agreed to participate in the negotiations. However, this was to be expected. After all, both sides have a stake in resolving this conflict, so Ars should head to the planned destination. It was decided to hold a preliminary informal discussion to determine the location of the upcoming meeting. And for this purpose, one of the roadside towers they had erected was chosen. Someone noted that Ars of Barca is indeed still a child. This youth is their representative for negotiations. Despite this being their point of influence, only a few people were down by the tower. Ars asked the guy sitting on the chair who he was. He stood up and said that his name was Carl. And his family name is Fontana. He is the leader of this clan. The hero had no idea that Fontana was led by someone so young. And Bishop Paul didn't say a word. Not recognizing the head of a noble family was, to say the least, unpleasant. Carlos said that Bishop Paul had already outlined the essence of the upcoming conversation. Carlos suggested they put aside their petty games and finally put down their swords. The hero replied that it wasn't so easy to say yes. Everything depended on the situation. The leader said that there was no need to even kneel before a nobleman to put forward conditions. Ars is the central figure in this whole story. The hero is curious about the boy's terms. He hands him a piece of paper and says that if they lay down their swords, he will entrust him with the lands of Barca. The young man read the terms. He thought they were the conditions for his entry into the Fontana family and that his status would also be elevated to knight. It was a very lucrative deal, but something was troubling him. He asked if there was any guarantee he was telling the truth. Carlos replied that they would work out the details later, but once it was official, he wouldn't cancel it, because if he committed such an outrage, his people would disown him. Ars reminded me that he had taken the life of the head of the Fontana family. Isn't it strange that he obeys Carlos? He replied that this was what he wanted to thank him for most in this case. He praised the boy for handling Raymond. The hero likely knows what it's like for a child to have to work so hard to keep the group together. His father passed away, and at the age of 3, he became the head of the Fontana family. The previous generation, known as the Winter Warlords, had great influence over the surrounding noble territories. It bore fruit, and the nobles surrounding him attacked him and perished. His successors perished, all except him. The young head of the family was replaced by Raymond, the leader of House Barbaros, one of the knightly families of House Fontana. To his credit, he preserved the place while Carlos was growing up, but Raymond buried one of the leading knightly families, the Grahams. The knightly family took over the role of vizier, which originally alternated between members of the knightly family. And now that he has come of age, he still controls everything in this territory, and he is his puppet. Even a small goal could be the impetus that breaks his strength. Ars realized that giving him permission to own the land was already Raymond's failure. He never imagined they would want to kill him when he was heading out to suppress the group, but Master Carlos seized control of the Fontana family. The leader commented on the difficulty of organizing force in Fontana territory after Raymond's death. Raymond's relatives and subordinates took a liking to his chivalry. They may be outwardly following it now, but at some point there will always be a backlash. Ars will be the most important weapon in his hands. He may have his entire house intact, but his resources are limited. But he can attract a new force, Bark, to frighten them away. The hero acknowledges his superiority in stature and power, but at the same time views him as an equal, which is no longer befitting a peasant. Carlos knows the young man won't work if he tells him the difference between power and status. Then he'll tell him the price Ars wants. And all his freedom is guaranteed by him, the head of the Fontana family. The boy's peaceful life among the villagers of Barca and the wealth he has accumulated. In exchange, the young man will be Carlos's sword. Ars is grateful that, despite his delicate situation, he is not to blame for what he guarantees the head of the family. Above all, he decided that abandoning this business would ruin his relationship with the Paulistas. He doesn't want to be watched by the church any longer, so he made a decision. He mentioned that there was one additional condition they would like the Lord to add, and so the secret meeting between him and Carlos continued until late into the night. Father Paul said that an agreement to end the war would now be reached, provided there were no disagreements between the two sides. Ars and Carlos agreed to this at the same time. Now they have moved on to Ars Barca. He was asked to swear that he would now serve and support Carlos de Fontana. He agreed. Does the knight Ars Bark swear to sometimes unite the conditions, sometimes fight shoulder to shoulder and protect his people? The young man swore. Next came the oath. Carlos knighted Ars Barca and gave him a name. From now on, his name is Ars von Barca. Now the Lord will await his future achievements as his knight. Carlos's naming of him made Ars the most powerful magical being in this territory. The young man created an ice spear. The magical access privileges passed to him and through him to Bark's forces. And now he can use the ice magic of the Fontana family, magic beyond the earthly system, which he couldn't use no matter how hard he tried. The formalities of public life finally brought him back to life. The man asked if Mr. Ars, having become the owner of the territory, didn't want to do anything from now on. The boy didn't understand the question. He replied that he was so good at even the villages of Barca and Landa that he had even taken control of them, as well as the northern castle. Carlos's condition was to govern the village of Barca. He didn't want to let people like Vargas go. Ars realized there were more things he needed to do than he wanted to do. His persistence led Carlos to give in. The man had heard that only a few could be knighted and become the owner of a territory. He was surprised that the young man had agreed. Ars's goal is to make money. He doesn't have time to talk about relationships right now. He must pay taxes to the Fontana family, and if he's called up, he must raise an army and join them. Even if he is called up, he currently has no money to feed the troops. Failure to demonstrate loyalty could lead to the loss of conquered territory. Creating a system that generates money without it is an urgent need. They will build an organization capable of internal governance. Liliana closed the book inside. The maid asked her if she could help the lady with anything. She declined and smiled. She learned that Carlos, lacking practical experience, had to contend with influential knights from the Raymond faction. He had been a genius from an early age. It seemed he had successfully taken over the management of the estate. And Raymond, who looked after him from an early age and organized everything on the estate, died during the peasant uprising. Carlos is so good that he's willing to use her, his only blood relative, for political purposes. Maybe it's time for her to make up her mind. Ars announces personnel changes within the ranks of the Knights of Bark. Tryon Barca, a merchant, the old man will be responsible for internal affairs. He can read and write, and no one here knows the bookkeeping better than him. Brother Bite and Vargas will be the unit leaders. Maintaining a standing army is expensive, so they have to train farmers. Father will lead the guard. They will need people capable of maintaining public order. There are many people these days who use offensive magic in domestic disputes. Such people need to be controlled. Maddock and the village chief Rinda will serve as judges alongside him. When two parties cannot resolve a dispute or conflict, judges are needed, even in this world. A person in authority who will listen and make a decision is important, but since there is no law yet, making decisions can be difficult. So they decided to create a system of laws. There would be a class action trial involving 3 beings, including him, so they'd need Gran's help. He will also remain responsible for production. He's not the type of person who can work in an organized manner, so he needs someone to be with him. Then he turned to those whom he had called here but had not yet given out work. He gathered people who advised him on the construction of roads, the castle, and so on. In other words, these are people who can't read or write, but they are still smart. He decided to ensure that people useful to the Barca region would work full-time. Thus began his administration of the territory. Tryon said that it was terrible. The first thing Ars did was extort money from him. The hero needed to pay off a debt to the church, so he first asked the old man for money and called it financing. He easily raised a sum Bishop Paul would appreciate, and the old man would also receive his share of the profits. He prepared a good plot of land for him, which could be considered payment for it. Tryon said he would consider this his contribution and donation. The man worries about whether everything will be all right. He was, after all, a simple peasant, and now he's risen above a farmer. It must be hard for him. He realizes that Carlos is subordinate and the other aristocrats have a low opinion of him. Mobilized to a zone of fierce fighting and thrown around like bargaining chips. Some might advise Carlos to seize his territory if he doesn't resist. Ars understands that he can't control territory through his fingers. He must make this territory greater than ever. The first step is to get rid of barter and create a monetary system. He believes they need to create a market. Tryon is against this. Who would come to such a remote area to trade? It won't work. Now almost all the nobility is at odds. It's simply very difficult to move caravans and traders. And almost every territory has a checkpoint, requiring a toll to enter and exit. Furthermore, there are guilds, which make things even more complicated. Each territory and each product can have its own guild, which will demand its own percentage. And ignoring the guilds isn't an option. They might simply kill him. All these payments send prices skyrocketing. By the time the merchants get there, the goods will be 20 times more expensive. Ars proposed creating a free market where they could freely buy and sell anything they approved within their territory, so they wouldn't need the guild's intervention. Tryon replied that it would be difficult and that he would still have to pay to enter other territories. Ars understood that the old man knew more about trade than he did, and he was certainly right. So they have to create a city and a system where merchants can come together. So he decided to start by creating a transport route to the city of Fontana. He wants to build a bridge that will be guarded. The construction of this road is also one of the conditions for peace, so they kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Brother Bate was surprised that the peace condition was the construction of a road. Ars replied that it would be an excellent route for Fountain to send troops. The guy said it was suspicious. Should they be in such a hurry to build the road, maybe they should prepare for defense first. The hero replied that if they did anything suspicious, they could easily deal with them along this route. Although he agrees with him, during peace the number of soldiers should be reduced and they will build the road. Perhaps they will need Carlos's help. However, this does not seem to solve the problem. He doesn't want to worsen his relationship with Carlos. They will use Carlos's castle as a checkpoint between the town of Fountain and their village. The hero tasked those who could use magic and own their own agricultural land with improving the soil for future crops. And so they managed to build a road that shortened the travel time from the city of Fontana to their village. People who don't own their own land will work on road construction. Ars thinks it's lucky these people had road construction experience because they worked very quickly. The hero thanked them for their work. They had finished building the road. However, the people were worried about what they would do if they ran out of money. Ars's duty as a lord is to ensure that those without land can provide for themselves and their families. If everyone has a place to live and a job to earn a living, then crime rates will be low. That's something we can't forget. This is necessary to maintain public order. He built houses and invited everyone who wanted to live there. The villagers are shocked. 4 kilometers of cleared land enclosed by 4 walls. Houses for permanent residents were built here. The hero also provides them with work to earn a living. There are 2 main types of work available here. First, the creation of special bricks. Boar tusk and Valkyrie horn are difficult to obtain in the rest of the world. This means they will be a special type of product produced only in their region. Secondly, growing magic mushrooms. The most important thing in growing them is adding your own magical power. If you add it correctly, you will be able to collect a rich harvest, and if you take proper care of them, the same stumps with mushrooms will produce a harvest for several years. In fact, the hero wanted a monopoly on mushroom cultivation as it's extremely profitable. Now that others will be growing them, his personal income will drop significantly, but in the long run, the profits should be greater. By this time, they need to stockpile enough medicine to ensure they don't run out. They also need to set up a military camp and train their strike force. Doing all this will significantly increase their chances of survival. Thus, the Barca territory has acquired its own specialization. The next step is to understand the owners of agricultural land. It's time to analyze their land. The brother didn't understand what the boy was talking about. He decided to measure their land to estimate the approximate harvest they could get. The boy refused to expend any effort on this. Ars was thinking that he definitely couldn't handle it on his own. Thanks to the leveling the land and improving the soil spells, the harvest would increase significantly. In other words, they'll have to pay more taxes. Once it comes to taxes, many farmers will clearly be unhappy about the larger share. If they do the calculations in advance, they'll be prepared for how much of their harvest will be taken away to pay taxes. But is it enough to simply measure the dimensions? It might be possible to simply measure the amount of land leveling applied. Land leveling and soil improvement apply to a plot of land approximately 10 by 20 meters in size. Then anyone can conduct the analysis even without surveying skills. Like Kyle, for example, he's smart. He decided to move on to measuring the land of Bark's territory. When they fought Raymond, Kyle cried and said it was all his fault. He and his mother told him many times that it wasn't his fault that Valkyrie attacked Ars's brother. Since then, the hero understands that Kyle always tries to help everyone. First, you need to determine the length. Dividing the ground leveling length by 10 parts yields 1 meter. Dividing it by 100 parts yields 1 centimeter. Having defined the unit of length, they can also determine the units of volume and weight, and the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius. Most likely, no one understands these units, so he has a favor to ask Carl. He asks him to teach everyone else. The boy was surprised. Ars noticed that his brother was able to understand everything he told him. He asked Carl for help, and so land analysis began on the Bark territory. Although they have started to conduct male measurements based on the selected criteria, there is no paper. They plan to conduct a soil study in 2 villages, Barca and Linda, but they lack the necessary paper to record their findings. In this world, people use parchment, but it's too bulky. The paper turnover itself is very small, and the prices are simply exorbitant. There were trees in the forest that they couldn't use for either charcoal or magic mushrooms. You can try to make paper out of them. However, the hero failed. Tryon said it was impossible to make paper, but a couple of failures won't stop the young man. He keeps trying. Ingredients for paper: mountain potato as glue, mana-restoring medicines, wild tree bark. How to make paper: 1. Soften the bark in a mortar. 2. Steam it. 3. Add glue to the extracted fibers and bring to a boil. By boiling it in a mana restoration potion, they can easily obtain the fiber. He used mountain potatoes, which grow in the forest, as his glue, but when boiled, they become sticky and have a consistency very similar to glue. 4. Pour the solution onto a piece of wood covered with a rough cloth. 5. Place the resulting piece between 2 pieces of cloth and press it down with something heavy. The beautiful paper is ready. It's even comfortable to write on, which allowed them to record the data they received. Tryon asks the boy to sell him the paper. The hero reminded the man of how he claimed that paper was impossible to create. He replied that no one knew the young man could produce such excellent paper. Ars asked about the paper's purpose. Would he sell it or use it himself? He replied, both. It was so thin and took up almost no space, he could use it to keep track of goods purchased and sold. He's never seen paper like this before. It's so thin and comfortable to write on. He's confident there are plenty of potential buyers in the city. Ars suggests creating a separate group to produce their new, specialized product wouldn't hurt. He was deeply troubled by the thought that the families of the deceased received only cash compensation. Meeting such people in the village, he noticed that they didn't even look each other in the eye. Perhaps it would be easier for the widows to make paper than to plow the fields. Thus, 2 villages began their own paper production. Their production team consists mainly of their widows. Paper isn't cheap as it requires mana-restoring potions to produce, but there's a demand for it in the city. Although the widows still try not to look him in the eye. However, one of the women thanked him. He is glad that he was able to help at least a little bit the families who lost their breadwinner. Next on the agenda is a saddle for the Valkyrie. Graina heard this and asked if he could make her some armor at the same time. Ars replied that he needed a saddle and stirrups first. She made a rough sketch for him. The boy asked if he wasn't already good at controlling Valkyrie. The young man confirmed this and replied that after his fight with Raymond, he realized how important they were. That time, Raymond's blow knocked him off Valkyrie. If he had a saddle, he would have been able to stay on her a little longer. If he had a more stable bottom, he could have repelled his attack. And he wants to make riding easier for the others so that they, like him, can fight on horseback in armor. Graina understood that the young man wanted to create a cavalry unit. Many say that speed is the key to battle. A cavalry unit will have a significant advantage in battle. Horned Valkyries are powerful even without riders, but they have far more hornless ones, so he wants to focus on them. Therefore, he wants the man to create something that will make life easier for both the Valkyries and humans. However, there is something else that will help them ride the Valkyries. And these are horseshoes. Valkyries will have to transport people and cargo at high speeds, which means their hooves will wear out faster. That's why they need horseshoes, also known as horseshoes. The hero began to examine the Valkyries. When he first started raising them, there was a size difference between the ones he raised and those Valkyrie raised. The ones he hatched were larger, but now all the horned individuals are roughly the same size. This means that if he can find the perfect horseshoe size, he'll be able to mass-produce them in the future using a spell. It's just like with bricks. So they made several sizes at once and began searching for the right one for Valkyrie. However, not all of them fit or were liked by the animals. They managed to find the perfect size for Valkyrie, one that wouldn't restrict her movement. They also made the boots and armor. However, the hero has a lot of work ahead of him. In his past world, canned goods and pickles were widely available, allowing for year-round access to out-of-season produce. Thanks to improved soil, they have a bountiful harvest, but if some of it isn't preserved, it will rot. But in this world, almost no one practices this. Even in the village of Brack, the harvest is simply stored in a warehouse until it spoils. From then on, they will be able to extend the shelf life of their produce thanks to their new warehouse. The hero came to a building. The walls of this warehouse are 3 times thicker than usual. It is much larger and more airtight. Neither light nor wind penetrates here. Ars began using ice lance inside the warehouse. The boy asked the gentleman what he was doing. Gran suggested they take a break. The young man replied that they needed plenty of ice. The walls were strong and nothing would happen to them. Then you need to sprinkle sawdust over the ice to slow down its melting. The freezer is ready. Gran realized they would store food in this ice box. Before electricity, people used wooden boxes filled with ice instead of refrigerators. You could try creating a miniature version of this refrigerator for home use. It could be sold to people who can't create ice magically. This way, they could preserve not only vegetables but also meat for longer. Not only he, but the entire village would be better fed. Someone suggested the hero build a castle in the village. They have Kawakita Castle, but he hasn't left Barca village lately. He replied that it's easier to work from here. And even after the ceasefire agreement with Carlos, only a minimal number of soldiers are allowed in Kawakita Castle. Then you just need to build a new castle here. Building a castle is tantamount to a demonstration of power. Their conflict with Lord Raymond may have subsided, but if he were to begin exerting his authority now, people would consider him overstepping the mark. On the contrary, the castle is essential to his peaceful reign. Everyone who stood with him on the battlefield understands his power, but the rest know nothing. There are people who see him as an ordinary child, and they won't just part with their money. In other words, the hero must have a symbol of power so that people will pay their taxes without complaint. Gran said that this castle should become a symbol, so more attention should be paid to its design and dimensions. Ars thought the man simply wanted to build a castle. There's no rush to build the castle, but they've already finished the rest of the work. A castle is the easiest way to show that all the best knights of Bark are here. And he's concerned that, despite free trade, the influx of merchants from Bark is too low. As Gran said, Kawakita Castle is considered Lord Bark's castle, but he's mostly absent there. There's no point in simply improving land management if they don't know when they'll be sent to war. First of all, they need to increase their military might to improve their survivability. And to do this, they need to recruit from outside. A simple castle won't be enough. They need to build a region around the castle for the Bark Knights. They will build a fortress city surrounded by walls. Usually when he builds something, he marks the area with the inscription, "His land," where no one else can live. But they will build a city and attract people with housing, a thriving city where merchants from all over the world will gather. And they'll have more people to defend their lands. Now that he's a lord, they can reap enormous benefits from this castle. The Bark Knight's territory includes Bark Village, Linda Village, and Kawakita Castle. He will primarily focus on building the inner and outer walls. In the southern area where the houses of Gran and Beta are located, there will be a free market where anyone can open their own shop with permission. But they still have a lot of free space. The remaining land in the southern and western districts will be divided into plots and distributed to people willing to settle there. The northeastern district will be used as a forest for loggers and charcoal miners. They will be joined by paper and magic mushroom makers, as they also need wood for their work. The northwest region will become a pasture for Valkyrie, but part of the land will be used for other purposes. One day, he plans to build a military corps here. He currently has too few permanent soldiers to dedicate an entire district to them. For now, he and his father are focused on peacekeeping. The hero would also like to build a prison for convicts. Then we could build a courthouse. They could be trusted to make decisions on minor cases. They needed to ensure that all buildings within the walls were constructed of hardened brick. This would be another obstacle for the enemy. That's why they focused on developing the southern region. Tryon was pleasantly surprised. He had never seen a city like this before. Ars said he simply applied a little perseverance. Tron asks the boy not to downplay it. This is far more grandiose than the fountain. The central street crosses the southern and western districts. This arch design is already striking, but he didn't stop there and thought of incorporating window glass into it, and the tempered brick glistens elegantly in the sun. The hero suggested that their city might surprise non-locals. The man replied that it would surprise many people. Then the man asked the boy for help. Next, they'll work on the outer walls. It might protect against wild boars, but it's unlikely to protect against an army. It's impossible to climb. It's too high and smooth. He'd like to replace everything with hardened brick, but he couldn't mass-produce that much using magic, so it wouldn't be much use. So he decided to install watchtowers around the entire perimeter. For a castle the size of a cavalcada, it is enough to place 4 towers at the corners, but their outer walls are many times larger. Therefore, he placed watchtowers around the entire perimeter, spaced 200 meters apart. Defense would be handled by Bait and Bargas, as they had been at Kawakita Castle. And the hero asked Gran to make a couple of improvements to the defense. If they were attacked right now, they'd defend themselves by dropping hardened bricks on the enemy. Better to stock up in advance than be limited by mana later. It's much more effective. Someday they'll have a decent defense here with bows, shields, and other weapons, but for now they'll have to make do with bricks. Throwing bricks at them will not only damage them but also protect themselves from attacks from below. The hero drank a potion to restore mana and decided to act further. He needs to make a ditch. They had to make it wider because, unlike Kawakita, the water here has nowhere to go. They also need drawbridges on the east, west, north, and south sides. They need to be wide enough for horse-drawn carriages. Thanks to the skills of the lumberjacks, they now have amazing bridges. Bargas says they can now instantly block the route into the city, making their defenses much stronger. They can rally their forces on the bridge and attack the enemy with precision ice spears. And in an emergency, they can always raise the bridge. Bark will become a unique gathering center for magnificent knights. This is the birth of Barkania, the fortress city. Tryon said they don't have enough glass, they need more. The young man was upset by this and asked if it was really over. He replied that all the castle windows needed to be glazed. And sometimes traders take it along with bricks. Ars doesn't understand why traders are so interested in it now since it wasn't popular at all before. The man replied that it was his city. They probably saw their buildings and thought it was a great idea. Ars thought their buildings in the city were a great model. Tryon asked the boy to hurry. He needed this glass for his future home. From now on, the demand for glass would only grow. The boy realized he'd better create a spell to produce glass in the required quantities. Gran appeared and asked if the boy was creating another spell. He's a creator and doesn't like the idea of soulless mass production. Ars asked about the inconvenience of using tempered bricks. The man replied that bricks and glass are two different things. Bricks are a material suited to mass production. Bricks can be used to create something completely new. Glass isn't just for windows, it can be used to make cups, plates, and accessories. The only limit is their imagination, but if it were mass-produced, it would lose its individuality. If they create a spell for glassmaking, no one else will want to experiment with it. Glass requires sand and lime, which are easily obtained. It will be too boring if new things stop appearing. Ars asked Gran if it would be cool to make something new out of glass. The man asked what he had in mind. Gran replied that they should try making a glass lens. The idea came to him suddenly, but Gran was only too happy to agree to the new job. The young man is drinking tea. He hadn't drunk tea without some sense of urgency in a long time. Hector asked if the young man would next begin building the castle within the inner walls. Ars confirmed, adding that it was meant to be a symbol of power, but he didn't even know how. Suddenly they heard someone screaming. Ars rushed to see what was going on. He saw his comrades and asked what was going on there. Bar said he and Bargas had discussed what to do in the event of another attack, and all he kept saying was that they needed to defend themselves. The guy said any general would say it's too dangerous to constantly attack. This is noticeable in training. Ars realized they were discussing strategy. He suggested they calm down and discuss things peacefully. Ars apologized to Hector. Bars decided to continue the conversation. He says that if they don't attack first, they won't win. Emphasis on attack. Bargas replies that they shouldn't have built such a strong castle. They need to utilize its defensive capabilities to the fullest. Emphasis on defense. The hero can understand why Bite is so insistent on attacking. After all, they fought together against the Fountain's army. A battlefield where lives are at stake. In fact, he was so excited back then that he wanted to scream, so he immediately rushed into battle. The same goes for Bite. They were able to defeat a superior enemy, all thanks to their assault. With this tactic, they can defeat any enemy. You can't forget the stunning victory. Bite is strong, but he's still a kid lacking experience. But Ars can't call this victory a good learning experience. Their only chance of victory that time was a surprise attack. He didn't want to resort to that tactic again against an enemy with superior numbers. Bargas, on the other hand, insists on defense. He believes they should prioritize strengthening the castle's fortifications and train the men for defensive tactics. In their circumstances, simply defending themselves is too risky. After all, Fontana's vassals hate him, a peasant's son who rose to rank, and to the people of Raymond, he's a mere insect. No matter how good their defense, no one will send them reinforcements. There's a good chance they'll be rid of Carlos as soon as his position falters. Neither Bite nor Barga's options are suitable. The hero said that they could be betrayed at any moment, so they needed to survive on their own. On the battlefield, each of us must be able to adapt to any unexpected situation. He considers creating leadership units for the Bark Knights, responsible for strength and intelligence. Bargas mentioned that the young man was at it again and asked if he could handle it. He replied that nothing was impossible, he could do it, although he understood what the Knights of Barca needed. When the boys left, the young man began to think about how to make this a reality. Economics, urban development, and now added responsibility for the military. Hector asked if a hero didn't want to accomplish a great feat and leave his mark on history. The young man refused. He has no intention of fighting for land or resources. He doesn't want any more wars, no more human deaths. He's for world peace. Memories of a past life and a world without wars are still fresh in his mind. He wants to live his life so he can go work in the fields and eat something delicious at any moment. For now, he's maintaining neutrality, but in this world where the aristocracy is ready to tear each other's throats out, that won't last long. They began training soldiers to improve their survivability in combat. First, they ride Valkyries. They've given each soldier a hornless Valkyrie and are teaching them how to ride. Simultaneously, using muscle strengthening and riding a horse is exhausting for the entire body, but meditation brings the soldiers back into line. Those who completed horseback riding progressed to the next stage. They learned to use magic while riding. Ours reflects on the difficulty of riding a horse and wielding a weapon at the same time. It takes time to get used to it and maintain balance. First, the high hit rate shotgun, and then practice with the ice spear. The large number of Valkyries is their main advantage, and he chose the most suitable strategy for them. He also learns to give precise orders to the wizard soldiers from horseback. Riding fast Valkyries, they attack while keeping a safe distance from the enemy. Even a seasoned boar can't handle a barrage of ice spears. This training works well on large boars. His Valkyrie controls the entire herd so well that even the least skilled riders can handle it. Ours noted how they work so harmoniously that they resemble a single, vast creature. Thus began the journey of Bark's magic cavalry. Gran said that he was finally finished and asked the young man. The man didn't sleep at all while working. He said that meditation accelerates the body's recovery while he sleeps, so in theory it shouldn't have any effect if a person doesn't sleep. Ours knows how to use meditation, so he feels good. It seems you can get results even without sleep. If you have the chance, you need to climb to the top of the tower. Binoculars are devices with two curved lenses that refract light and allow one to see objects at a considerable distance. He vaguely remembered how they worked, so he couldn't recreate them with magic. Ours saw his mother drying laundry. The view was stunning. Gran said he wouldn't have brought him an unfinished sample. He could rebuild the binoculars from his crooked drawing. He's a real talent after all. The hero is glad that Gran has joined Bark. Carl mentioned that it snowed. The young man noticed that it had been chilly all day. He offered his brother something warm to drink. He didn't think the petitioner could remain so quiet for so long. This year, Carl hadn't even shown his face. They were often called upon for reinforcements, but no one had ever challenged Bark's army. And all because the enemy land is much weaker than the village of Barca. Moving to suppress the rebels, they paved an excellent road along the way and built their camp in a strategic location. Most of the troops surrendered, seeing their army grow day by day and their camps only expand. There were exceptions, but Carlos handled them, and the flow of goods grows each time they're called to a new location and they build a new route. He asked Carlos to free the lands where the rebels had settled from taxes. But ultimately, the fountain became even busier than before, and thanks to this, goods also reach Bark's territory. Well, don't expect any caravans in winter. There's a lot of snow here, so they stock up on food and hole up in their houses. In such cold weather, one feels like taking a warm bath. Carl asked what a warm bath is. R said he wanted to get into some hot water and warm up. There's a concept called hygiene in this world, so what's so strange about that? Sometimes he gets so exhausted that the only thought in his head is that he needs to go to the bathroom. Managing territories is so exhausting. Then Valkyrie knocked on the window. Ars stepped outside in the winter coat Gran had made. Valkyrie offered him a ride on top of her. They arrived at the hot springs. They crossed this river while fighting the fountain's army. The young man burst into tears because Valkyrie had overheard their conversation and brought him here. If the guy were to climb in there entirely, he'd freeze to death and have to use his feet. If there was a hotel here, he'd definitely check in. Ars rushed back to the village and told Bargas that he wanted to take advantage of the free land in the village of Linda. The young man realized the boy had been planning something since morning. They had land, but what had he come up with? He replied that there was a hot spring in the river near the village of Linda. They could build a hotel there. Guests would flock to them for the hot baths. Bargas suggested telling the village elder about this. The water temperature changes depending on its proximity to the heat source. Now the village of Linda will always be warm. He continues his research. First, they installed a cylindrical structure made of hardened brick at the site of the hot spring. Next, they'll dig a trench near the village of Linda, lay brick pipes, and bury them to retain heat. They'll fill the trench with hot water delivered to Linda, and the hot springs will be ready. But the builders ended up with a swimming pool, not hot springs. There was no need to tend to the harvest now, so he asked the villagers to take care of the baths. That was a mistake. They could build a hotel around the pool. He shouldn't have trusted this job to someone who'd never bathed in the springs. The temperature here can't be regulated, but it's still ideal. They'll just make it even higher. They also installed a drainage ditch to drain dirty water for hygiene purposes. They could even extend the drainage all the way to Barcania and create an external moat. Carl asked if they needed hot water. Why couldn't they get water from the well and heat it up? He doesn't understand the point of fetching hot water from the river. Ars explained that hot springs relax and relieve any fatigue. His brother pointed out that meditation could be used for the same purpose. Ars understands that he must find a compelling reason for building the hot springs. He must be a cool brother to Kyle. He was thinking about how to show everyone the benefits of hot springs. He needed an idea worthy of a lord, one that would get Kyle to say this was a great way to use hot springs. The hero created a house with walls of hardened brick and a glass roof. Vargas asked what the captain planned to build in the village of Linda. He replied that hot springs would be built here based on an old plan of his. He'd always planned to do this, but it never worked out. The building is designed like a glass greenhouse. He was already considering whether it would be possible to grow vegetables even in winter. The temperature remains fine during the day, but no plant will survive the cold winter nights. Using steam from hot springs, they can easily solve this problem. Vargas noticed that it had suddenly become warmer. Ars asked him to tell the villagers in Linda that they would now be able to grow vegetables in this greenhouse even in winter. Now their winter food supply will be significantly improved. Linda village now has a hot spring inn and a glass greenhouse. Thanks to Valkyrie, the hero doesn't get bored in winter. He's glad it was her who hatched from the egg. His girl is simply amazing. She can easily carry an adult for a whole day. She's a skilled magic user. Her mana output surpasses that of any farmer. Discovering hot springs should be added to the list of Valkyrie achievements. She bathed right next to the heat source, and when she emerged into the cold air, she seemed unfazed. Her resistance to temperature is linked to her survivability. Tryon asked what else Valkyrie could do. He also noted that the young man was alive and well. In winter, people are limited in their options. It's a great time for business. Always do something unusual is the golden rule of business. The young man showed off the beets that had managed to grow in their greenhouse. To fawn on the sleigh and sell everything. The taste was better than the original, but still disgusting. And these beets are considered cattle feed, so they usually couldn't sell much. Residents asked them to give them as much beet as they could afford. Fresh vegetables are a blessing in winter, so their food is a real salvation for them. In this world, winters are truly harsh. In rural areas, villages can be deserted due to famine. For lack of food, the youngest children are thrown out onto the streets. They go to the city in search of work and often die doing so. In winter, food is worth its weight in gold. All the beets have been sold. Ars promised they'd return tomorrow. The villagers looked on incredulously. Do they really still have beets? The hero replied that in Barca they grow it in large quantities. Sales exceeded all his expectations. He's like Santa Claus on a sleigh pulled by reindeer. Santa Claus has successfully sold everything. The end of this year and the beginning of a new one are approaching. There's a lot to do in the new year. Winter, the city of Fountain and Carlo's castle. The main job of the Lord of the Knights of Balkania is to observe the New Year's tradition. At the start of the new year, all knights are required to arrive at the fountain to greet the local lord. Here, they line up to greet the head of the house and take turns greeting him. Ars, as a newcomer, had to wait forever for his turn. And then the party begins in the banquet hall. People are talking about Ars. He's the peasant knight from the rumors. He really is just a child. They can't believe that Master Raymond lost to him. And in the winter, he sold fresh vegetables. Why did the Lord appoint such a small fry to manage the lands? There are many knights with far greater achievements. But in reality, it's more often the children of other knights who become knights, not the poor children. To become a knight, you have to stand out on the battlefield. Status plays no role. In other words, everyone here is a privileged class, not comparable to a simple farmer. They all keep their distance from him and even whisper about him. Ars thinks about how Charles himself made him a knight. If only there were someone he knew here. People are saying they saw him use magic completely different from that used by the House of the Fountain. And after being summoned, they built a camp in the blink of an eye. He must have connections to some aristocrat. They discussed the main character for a long time, but apparently because of his merits, no one dared to speak out directly. The boy is bored. He decides to watch them. He realized that the more often a person fights, the higher the quality of their mana. He suspects that they subconsciously refine their mana. On the other hand, those Raymond took under his wing not only have low mana, but their quality also leaves much to be desired. The hero will need to tell Bite to add magical training. Suddenly, the young man noticed someone. He doesn't see this mana on the battlefield, but its quality is simply excellent, and more importantly, it's uneven. Knight's mana evenly envelops their entire body. Ars turned to a man who had interesting mana. It was Liliana. She told the boy to calmly ask her about everything. Ars realized she was doing it unconsciously, or perhaps it was some kind of special training. Her mana was completely concentrated in her head. The hero asked her name and where they lived. He wanted to ask her so many questions. The girl replied that her dear guest was putting her in an awkward position. He replied that he didn't mean any harm. He was genuinely interested. He was a good guy. Carlos said the young man was surprising him again. Could he really have decided to get a girlfriend in the new year? The knights didn't please him, so he went after the maid, and he likes to play the hero. Ars responded by saying he'd called out to her not because she was a woman, but because she interested him. Carlos asked Liliana to take him to a separate room and talk there. She tried to say something, but the Lord said that she always just reads books. This would be a good chance. Ars, of course, wanted to talk to her, but why did he feel so strange now? He asked the girl about her relationship with Mr. Carlos. He noticed that it looked like he cared about her. Liliana replied that they were related by blood. Carlos was the son of the previous lord and his lawful wife. Her mother was a simple maid. The hero realized that they were half-brother and sister. They have similar hair color, but unlike Carlos and the aura of ambition around him, Liliana appears quiet and modest. The lord was certainly handsome, but Liliana was several levels above him in beauty. Ars asked her why she was at the banquet as a servant. She replied that women born into an aristocratic or knightly family were obligated to entertain the guests. Children usually helped the maids a lot to reinforce etiquette lessons. She spent all her time reading books in her room and had never worked with servants before. Mr. Carlos got fed up with this and said that this year she would be entertaining the guests at the New Year's banquet. After all, she was already 16. However, she decided to move on to another topic and asked what the hero wanted to ask. He replied that he had actually been observing the mana of the people at the banquet and noticed that it was concentrated around their heads. He asked who taught her this. TA replied that she hadn't learned anything like that. In fact, she wasn't even interested in where her mana was. Usually, concentrating mana in one place makes it significantly stronger and more effective. Bite imbues his entire body with mana, becoming significantly stronger. Bargas, on the other hand, concentrates it on the surface of his body, thus gaining a shield. By concentrating mana on the head, one can improve memory and speed up thinking. This means Liliana is unconsciously concentrating her mana. Furthermore, the quality of her mana is significantly better than that of the knights in the banquet hall, and memory retention will become easier. This talent is perhaps the result of constantly reading books, as he did with the land. He asked what kind of books were there. She replied that they were expensive books, so the material in them was complex. History, for example. Ars remembered the old man always complaining that writing letters to aristocrats was a waste of paper. It took too much time, and in return he received nothing but a few high-flown praises. He could read and write, but if someone told him to read such classics without a dictionary, he would surely go mad. The hero asked the girl to tell him what the book was about. Liliana was surprised. She also mentioned that there are history books here. The hero still has many gaps in this area. For example, why did the royal family decline after the aristocrats united? Liliana said that she was not sure that she could fully satisfy their curiosity, but she decided to try. Vast forests in the north, mountains in the east whose peaks reach the sky. The west and south are famous for their valleys, along which numerous lakes and swamps lie like a series of cracks. The peaceful lands they now inhabit have never been troubled by foreign invasions, and the ruler of this tranquil place was the founding king, the first ruler and a hitherto unseen wizard. The first to use the gift of a name, thus gathering the most powerful mages around himself. Becoming their parent, he used the magical power of his children to rule, thus becoming absolute king. His blood descendants became the royal family, and his loyal wizards became the aristocrats. But many generations later, a tyrant arose from whom the aristocrats turned their backs. The enraged king Nero condemned the aristocrats who disobeyed him. He got rid of all the unwanted ones. Had he used his predecessor's magic, his tyranny would likely never have ended, but King Nero wasn't the best mage. His power depended on the strength of the aristocracy, and after the purge, his position declined sharply. Ars is outraged that even though he knew that his own powers would be weakened by the loss of the aristocrats, Nero still carried out the massacre. Only a portion of the aristocrats were purged, but even that portion lowered his rank as king. As a result, the great magic that only members of the royal family could wield was lost. It is said that with proper practice, this great magic could wipe out an entire city in the blink of an eye. Ars realized that their misuse of magic had become their enemy. Bishop Paulo also said that his mana had increased, allowing him to use healing magic. On the other hand, if his rank were to decrease, his mana would also decrease, and he would no longer be able to use healing magic. In other words, he only has access to spells he can cast with his mana. Shattered and Ice Spear are offensive magic that can be passed from the parent to the child who receives its name. That's why the king created a spell with such a huge mana requirement. This way, he maintained his position as the leading parent among his children. Great magic is the highest form of magic, capable only of being used by members of the royal family. After losing his great magic, Nero realized the importance of the aristocrats and tried to re-establish ties with them. But few were willing to swear allegiance to a tyrant who had lost his great magic. The nobles refused to acknowledge the royal family's superiority over them, resulting in their ultimate decline. Thus ended the royal family's tyranny and began the endless battles for power among the aristocrats. Ars said he never thought he'd learn so much. Liliana mentioned that another book also said that offensive magic was banned for a time to prevent the creation of another royal family. The young man took another book and asked about what was there and read something like Cretan Nero. The girl laughed and said that if something like this were written in a scientific historical treatise, she would be very surprised. Then she added that fairy tales would be easier for them to read as they used less complex language. Ars realized she truly adored books. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Leon entered the room. The girl asked what had happened. He replied that he had come at Mr. Carlos's request. Plus, he decided to check how she was doing. Liliana apologized to Ars for not introducing him. This was her younger brother, Leon. The boy said he'd heard rumors about him being a simple farmer. The young man was shocked. He couldn't understand whether Carlos wasn't the only son of the Fontana family. He asked the girl if her younger brother and Carlos were related by blood. She denies it. She goes on to explain that after she was born, her mother found her current father and gave birth to Leon. Therefore, she and Carlos have no connection. Ars thought they had a dangerous family situation. Leon said it was the first time he'd seen his sister interact so joyfully with a man. Her whole face turned red. The siblings began arguing. Ars watched. They seemed to be very close. Leon mentioned that his sister was very shy, so he was worried she might cause problems, but it seems he was wrong. Ars said that Liliana explains history material in a very interesting way. Leon asked the guy to take care of his sister. The hero thought he was about 13 or 14 years old. He wasn't much older than Bite, but he acted more mature. He was dangerous. The quality of his mana was even better than Liliana's. While he was talking to him, mana was concentrated in his eyes. Perhaps he was assessing him. He would like to chat with them again. Liliana blushed and turned to the main character. He asked what it was. She replied that nothing. Carlos said it was good that Ars came. He decided on his marriage. The hero looked at the Lord of the Land of Fountain with dismay. Carlos said he'd decided on his marriage. They'll have the ceremony in the spring when the snow melts. Everything will be wonderful. Ars said that there is nothing remarkable here. The Lord already knows he likes Liliana. Leon told him that he happily agreed to take care of their sister. The hero remembered Liliana's flushed face. Now everything became clear to him, so he was the only one who hadn't understood anything back then. Ars mentioned that he'd only be turning 10 this year. He replied that, as an aristocrat, he was old enough to marry. Besides, his position was currently extremely precarious. Liliana shares his blood, and marrying her will make it easier for him to defend his position. For him, marriage is all about profit. In other words, it would be a marriage of convenience. That way, Carlos would be able to become related to him, and he too would benefit from the union. Ars asked if Liliana's parents agreed with this decision. He replied that her parents were dead. In any case, he doesn't care what others think. Liliana grew up in aristocratic society. She's never been truly free, and one day she'll be used as a tool. Carlos said that Liliana had already been proposed to several times. Her choice of husband must be approached with great care, otherwise she might lose even the opportunity to touch books. Such is the fate of those born into aristocratic families. That's why Leon trusted him, and he quickly agreed to his request. Carlos was abrupt, but it was clear he was also concerned about Liliana's future leaving their home. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was rushing things too much. He recalled Liliana's words about absorbing new knowledge like a sponge. She was a couple of years older than him when she was able to read and understand the meaning of this book, and this slightly upset her. Ars replied that she was simply a very good teacher. Liliana smiled and said that this was the first time she'd ever discussed a book she'd read with someone, and that it was the first time she'd ever had so much fun. The young man smiled. Then he began to think about how he would tell others about this. Bite was angry. He was outraged that the hero was marrying before him, and to a noblewoman no less. Ars suggested that he wanted to become a hero, rescuing a beautiful princess. Liliana's maid would be coming with her. Perhaps he could find common ground with her. Bite said that from that day on he would work hard, earn a bunch of titles, and marry a stunning beauty. The hero's father said that until now they had been involved in various serious affairs, but marriage to an aristocrat was something several levels higher. Kyle congratulated his brother. His mother felt sad. Hector wondered if the young man was interested in marriage. He replied that he was only 10, so naturally he wasn't interested. It was true that Barcania would only benefit from this marriage, but Liliana also seemed like a good person to him. Bite realized the boy was holding something back. Ars said that this marriage truly had only advantages. The construction of the castle in Barcania, which he and Gran had talked about, would only speed up from this. This time, they planned to build the most luxurious castle in Barcania to demonstrate their authority. If they build too luxurious a castle, the leader of the House of the Fountain will definitely take notice. And that's where the wedding comes in handy. Since Liliana, the daughter of House Fontana, would soon become a member of their family, they were obliged to provide the best living conditions for her. Therefore, they wouldn't have any problems even if the castle was luxurious. Thus began the official construction of Barcania Castle. The easiest way to do this was through the height. This construction was meant to cement their authority. However, this would only lead to trouble since only he and his family would visit this place. It seemed that size is not the best choice. Suddenly, memories from a past life surfaced in his mind. Gods, even Buddhas, always had a radiant aura around them. The image, somehow illuminated by light, added a sense of divinity and immediately elevated their image. He approached Gran with the idea. He explained that they had a steady stream of orders from merchants who had seen their window panes. They would build a unique castle using glass that no one else had. This definitely boosted their credibility. Gran doesn't understand what the young man is talking about. He's not sure a castle with a ton of windows will impress anyone. Ars agreed, but this won't be just any window. They use stained glass. Gran asked what it was. Upon arriving in Barcania, people will come to the throne room of the new castle. There he will be, waiting for them, and behind him will be a large stained glass window. The light passing through the glass will appear as a halo. Those who see such iridescent reflections for the first time will forever remember the experience. Perfect for boosting authority, Ars understands that the castle is more like a cathedral. He might add some blue to match the color of the mana. Gran said he drew the sketches according to his instructions. To achieve the perfect lighting, they had to take into account the castle's location and interior design. The more glass they use, the less defensive power they'll have. Ars considered leaving the defenses to the outer and inner walls, but they could add a secret passageway through which they could escape if necessary. Living quarters, space for the staff, a meeting room for him and his entourage, and a throne room with stained glass windows. With little to do in the winter, they asked the villagers for help making hardened bricks for further construction. Gran will handle most of the construction. Ars will be busy with stained glass. But before creating a full-size stained glass window, he decided to make a miniature version. Apparently, the stained glass itself turned out too large. The hero ended up with a miniature version of the castle. Kyle saw it and said it was amazing, so small yet so real. Ars considered putting it on the market as a children's toy. although it would be more likely to be acquired by aristocrats as a work of art. Kyle suggested that his brother would build a larger version next. His brother replied that he was considering entrusting the construction to Gran and giving him this model as a sample. The brother thought he was simply creating walls with stained glass windows using magic. Then it dawned on him, he'd forgotten he could construct buildings with magic. The very first time, it wasn't so much a building as 4 smooth walls. Ars thanked his brother and said that they might finish construction much earlier. The next moment, the castle was ready. Leon said he hadn't even thought the Bark Knights had such a castle. He was glad he'd decided to stop by before the wedding. Ars replied that they'd actually built it only recently. With the magnificent light of stained glass windows and a warm mood, the happy hours of the wedding lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The girl said the celebrations often last a day or two, but he has a vast network of connections. After the wedding, people lined up with each other near the castle to congratulate them. He is a knight from a peasant family, so people from all walks of life attended the ceremony. The purpose of all these people is to cook. It is customary there for both nobles and commoners to serve food to those present at the ceremony. They came to the castle in search of exquisite food that commoners and peasants could not eat. The man said he was happy to be the priest at their wedding. They thanked him for his time. The priest replied that he had recently been traveling around the fountain, and thanks to the roads built by Ars, travel had become much easier. He said the stained glass windows in the castle were absolutely magnificent. But there was one thing that always surprised him. There isn't a single church in the entire volcano. He'd completely forgotten about the church. The guy said that the church in Barkania is still there. The priest began asking if he wanted the city to eliminate the need for a church. The hero began to deny it. He said they had land to build a church. They can build in the shortest possible time in the southeastern region. The priest said he would go and did not apologize. The man wished them both a happy future together. He added that in large cities there are shelters at churches. He asked that the city church also have a shelter. The bishop's decision to build a church with a shelter was made. The girl said that she was happy that a new church would be built on that site since she had just become a bishop. The man said that the new church would be given to his sister, who ran the church in the village with him. The guy said that if they wanted to run the church themselves, he would connect it to the shelter with a covered corridor. This is a big help, and it won't take long since they have building materials left over from the castle's construction. The man said that he was counting on them then. The girl said that Bishop Pavel is a good man. She thinks it's very valuable to have someone who will tell you without hesitation what you're missing. The hero was afraid that because of his weakness, he could threaten him at any moment. There was nothing wrong with building a church. He left him money to build a church. It was a perfect coincidence, as if he had been fully aware of his financial situation. The guy could have built a shelter anyway. There should be a vocational school there too. They've hired people, but they still don't have enough people for administrative work. In their day, in addition to those bearing the family name, merchants and wealthy people buy land and live within their walls. The problem is that people without money or land come there because they are hungry and need food. The hero said that there seems to be an urban legend that if they go to the volcano, they will be able to use magic. He reached an amicable agreement with the family, but he also owes the church a debt for accepting godfatherhood without their permission. The boy did not want to pass on the family name to anyone else. However, if they leave people with nowhere to go and try to evict them outside the walls, it will quickly turn into a slum. They allowed those who worked hard to rebuild the walls and restore the castle to live within the walls, but daytime work is not safe for them to find. The hero decided to build a vocational school. Although this requires basic education, he sank back into thought. The young man apologized for talking about territorial governance when the wedding had just ended. As Bishop Paul had said, she was also surprised by the road out of town. The castle they passed was so magnificent that she couldn't even imagine it. She is simply impressed that the master is a wonderful lord who always thinks about the territory. Above all, the friendly, cheerful faces of the townspeople who welcomed them. She knows this is a place where they can spend their days peacefully. This is very valuable in a world of hunger and eternal struggle. Born into an aristocratic family, she had no real freedom. The day would come when she would be used as a pawn. She lived her entire life knowing her wishes would never be respected. The girl wants to cherish together the happiness that he so protects. She asks to be allowed to support him from now on. The hero thought he was too young for this, but he likes it. He's glad she's the one supporting him. He's very motivated. The guy apologized for being late. They are finished. It was a little out of the center but spacious. The hero said that he wanted the boy to be a teacher. What needs to be done to ensure it operates smoothly in the future? First, improve the literacy level of the area's residents. In the Knight's territory, concentrated in villages that were originally poor farming settlements, there are almost no people who can read or write. Previously, they traveled to the worksite for training and oral reports, but this was inefficient and prone to errors. Therefore, he plans to use the memory storage to help each of them memorize letters. The guy thought about it. Memorizing a lot of words didn't help him form coherent sentences, so learning numbers doesn't mean you can't do math. This is where schools come in. Merchants take turns teaching writing and arithmetic. The village headman and other knowledgeable elders tell children about life in the village and the history of the region. The hero said they would have a delicious lunch after class and then go their separate ways. Offering lunch would attract many people. He'd like to ask Kyle for a lesson in head magic. If they could concentrate the magical power in his head and improve its rotation, he could learn to write and count faster. In fact, Kyle has learned a lot through head magic since childhood and he's very good at it. Kyle said he wasn't that good. He just wanted to be useful. Because of him, he had to fight the nobles and he can't fight like everyone else. The boy decided that he would become a teacher. He will explain everything to him so that he can control magic, and he will also teach him to write and do calculations. The hero thinks he will ask Kyle to do one more job for the school. Namely, to have lunch with everyone at school after classes. Checking food is important work. As long as he doesn't overdo it, he'll be fine. He figured he was only 7 years old, but he was responsible, hardworking, and kind. If Kyle were a teacher, he'd learn to control magic very quickly. The problem was different. The man said they could study day and night for 10 days to succeed. If they suddenly fall asleep, he will definitely wake them up. The boy again wanted him to teach him many crafts. Stained glass is gaining popularity and he'd like to see more glassworkers trained. A lens maker specialty could also be considered. He just wants Gran to do it. He's a man with exceptional design skills but absolutely no production skills. The guy said he needed a few more binoculars. It was boring and painful to keep making the same old thing, which is what it is. He wasn't pleased with such a banal request, but he'd do it. They're currently looking to increase the number of people capable of making even low-quality copies of work. He wants them to somehow, without abandoning their studies, learn the craft from him and establish themselves in the city as artisans. The hero said the wheat harvest would soon begin. Liliana had to see it. The man said the harvest was beginning. He walked through the wheat fields every day on his way to and from the training base. This year they had a huge harvest. He doesn't like the word thrashing. The first thing is to put the wheat in sacks and hit it hard to break it off the ear. Second, the blowing away of light dust by the wind when it is dropped from a height. Thirdly, only the weight of the wheat is not blown away by the wind. It ends up in the container below. It was hard for him to think about how much time he would have to spend in the wheat fields. The boy had too soft a heart to tell him to stop calling him general. Now, thanks to spells, the quantity and quality of crops grown has significantly improved. However, agricultural technology in this area has not advanced much, partly because men were often taken away due to prolonged military operations. The hero said that he needed to thresh a lot. As a child, he built a thresher with 1,000 teeth. Well, the tooth was made of wood, so he wasn't happy with its durability, but he still wanted to make something better. A foot-operated rotary thresher that can thresh a lot at once. The man said he'd be even more grateful if he had something like that. The guy said he would give Gran a rough idea of how it worked and make a prototype. He can't rely on him for mass production, so do it yourself, taking notes with the students at the vocational training center. At this speed, the thrashing process will be completed in no time. The hero will build several such machines and put them into production. If they build a thresher, they are ready for another push. The hero said the man was determined to succeed. After all, when you create something so useful, it's only natural to be curious about what will happen next. The boy said he didn't know if he'd succeed and that there was no need to count on him this time. It was just an idea. He was told he would do something strange, basically, like always, and they would be waiting impatiently. Many people consider him to be a person who always does strange things. He has friends who believe in him and follow him, who let him do whatever he wants even if he is so weird. He has a family. He is going to create a place where they can spend their days in peace. The hero will do everything possible to become a respected lord tomorrow. The boy asked to report to him if any changes occurred and to send a message to all the nobles in the provinces. It was necessary to put an end to the long-standing struggle. The foot pedal thresher significantly increased the efficiency of heavy thrashing work. He wants to ease the arduous work of thrashing, which is done manually using a millstone. The ground barley is then converted into flour. Gran described the basic structure and the direction of the wings, and he himself went to teach. Kyle said everyone was learning fast, he must be really good at teaching them. The hero said he was going to build something else. This building with powerful wings is called a windmill. The force of the wind turns the wings, which in turn rotate the millstones using shafts and gears. A water mill could be built in the castle, but there are no rivers there. Kyle asked what was bothering him since he already knew how windmills were built. He replied that the problem was that a windmill wouldn't turn unless the blades were pointed in the direction the wind was blowing. So it is possible to change the direction of the blades, but he has no idea, or he will not be able to do it. He will be disappointed. Kyle asked if they really needed such a mechanism. The boy said that he should not work in the mill all year round if he had to turn the sails in the direction the wind was blowing. Then you can simply build 4 wind turbines facing east, west, north, south. The hero repeated his words. If one of the display turbines is working, it will be able to grind flour. It's not necessary to create all the useful technologies from your previous life in the world. The boy's idea was very necessary. They decided to place the wind turbines in the northwest region, where the wheat fields are in the east and west, north, south, and southeast. Thus, even with a magically increased harvest, thrashing and milling can now be carried out without interruption. Thanks to this, next year they will be able to look at the wheat fields with pleasure. The man said that they were looking for him. Miss Clarice is giving him an etiquette lesson today. Master Kyle is waiting for him in his room, and the head woman is angry with him, so he should come quickly. She doesn't mind him coming one. The boy asked the man to take care of it. A messenger from another city arrived. It doesn't look like they'll have the same problems in the area as before. Until now, when summoned, he could only go to the city limits. He'd only been gone for a month or so, but now he's heading east. If it's in the east, then that's most likely the issue. The trip will take a month. If he fights there, winter may arrive by the time he returns. He has a good group of guards, so he can handle it. Kyle said Leon left some grams in nature. He Tryon left too. With this call, the army will be almost completely exhausted, but he can't leave everything to the grams. This is the territory of knights. The guy wanted Kyle to take care of it. Until now, he had always had to rely on ours. But not this time. He said he'd be okay this time. He'd pay him back. The hero asked him not to overwork himself. First, they will head to the city and join forces with soldiers from other territories. Carlos will give them instructions. The hill means that they will fight the House of Uruk again. The basis means that it has already happened. When he was still little, a great battle took place between the houses. He thinks it was around the time he started making sandals and talking about money. He and his mother were surprised that he, a little boy they hadn't yet named, would start talking about money and all sorts of things. When he saw that he was going to war, he wanted to have a weapon. When he was a simple soldier, so he did not have the chance to fight knights directly, but even from a distance, the Uruk's magic was amazing. Their magic is the opposite of ice magic, which is a type of normal magic. It is true that some types of magic produce fire. There are several noble houses that use trapping magic. Well, their house turns into foxes. The essence of their house's magic is hexing. And the knights of the house who do this use professional fire magic. But the really difficult part is oxidation, which increases physical strength. He'd only encountered systems like his family's earth magic and ice magic. He should have studied more about magical systems. He didn't know there was such a thing as oxidation magic. Leon was asked what the beast form looked like. It wasn't a fox transformation, but simply the acquisition of fox-like properties in a human body. In particular, fox ears on the head and a tail on the hips. The hero never imagined such a fantasy existed in the world. This world is still full of sweet things he doesn't know about. He wants to see such a beautiful girl with fox ears on her head. A big battle awaits them soon. The hero couldn't stop thinking about the ears. The man said he didn't know what he was talking about, and the general always acted strangely, and he hoped he was okay. Thanks to good roads, they reached the city before dawn. The fortress that had once made them a fortune thanks to the brick boom was now finished, and they were all there. The number of troops they have gathered in the area is unprecedented. They'll take care of the rest, and he should go and greet the master. They've been feuding for years where their territories overlap. One of the most contentious capture zones is the hill. Both sides believe that capturing it means capturing the other country's territory, as it is one of the most inaccessible areas, difficult to destroy once captured. They can no longer tolerate the barbarity of the Uruks, who want to slaughter the nearby territories that they defended with their lives. The Uruks captured not only the hill but also the surrounding territories. One reason for this is that they defeated the vizier who was in charge of all the fountain territories. The unrest in the fountains seemed like an opportunity for the Uruks to seize even more territory. A few days later, Carlos Jr. seized complete power and subdued Barca. To make matters worse, the Lord of Barca married off the daughter of the Grams, who were blood relatives of Carlos and political rivals of Raymond. Thus, the House of Uruk decided to closely monitor events in the Fontana region. Thanks to Carlos's competent leadership, a large-scale invasion did not occur, but some areas around the hills were captured. As for the hero, he is reluctant to engage in active combat. They came all this way to fight, and all they do is build roads. The hero said that ensuring the security of routes and supplies is an important part of military operations. The Uruks have fortified defensive positions on the hill, so first of all they will set up positions to take back the captured villages. Having captured the surrounding lands, they'll be in an ideal position to launch an attack on the hills. The boy would rather complete a mission that doesn't require him to fight than face an impregnable fortress. The man said that he wants to fight more, he wants to be active and show everyone what he is capable of. If he had been born in peacetime, he would hardly have been able to fit into society. Ars had a strange sensation in the forest area. He seemed to see a blur for a moment. The man said there was no need to worry. It's magic. There's a lot of magic concentrated in one spot in the forest. It was an enemy attack. If they don't intercept it, everyone working there will be in trouble. They won't be able to do it. And judging by the size of the magical spot, there aren't 100 or 200 of them. They're moving at speed, harnessed by a messenger beast. He thought they were still in the process of setting up camp, that a full-scale battle was still some time away, but he was naive. If they wait for everyone else, they will be late. I'll have to take a risk. The man said that observers were reporting no significant movement in the enemy lines and that they hadn't noticed any movement. The enemy soldiers had just arrived there and were probably resting. Given all their advantages, he didn't think they would attempt a surprise attack. This quick attack will make their victory more certain. They will unleash a bloodbath. Movement was observed in the enemy ranks. A small number of troops detected their movement and are moving to intercept them. But this shouldn't be a problem. Small forces rushing forward in panic without proper preparation will be defeated. The old man, once feared as a fierce commander, was advised by his mentor to launch a lightning attack, in other words, to take the enemy by surprise. The hill is fortified and the odds of success are stacked against them. Furthermore, they will face a powerful cavalry force composed of ferocious, powerful, and resilient dragons. Therefore, the success of this attack is certain. Even if they destroyed twice as many enemies, they would be too much for them. He had to succeed, no matter the cost. Before them were four-legged white beasts. This was the very monster rumored to be there. Raymond, standing atop the fountain, was killed by a boy with no prior experience during the Barge Rebellion. It is said that the main factor in Raymond's defeat, despite his superior combat experience and number of warriors, was a detachment of hounds that stormed the city. Magical service animals of this type are so valuable that the loss of one can ruin them. Barca has deployed many of them in actual combat. This trick only works the first time. The man told all troops to prepare for an interception. This white thing uses magic. If it gets within range, they will also attack. They won't be able to break through unexpectedly since they know about their secret beasts. I had to remember to prepare my shields. It looked like there was a man riding the lead monster. That was the Barkar Devourer. The man heard that he had led the battle against Raymond. The boy thought he was that same hot-tempered and foolish child who thought his weapon would work a second time. They were within the magic's range. Kim told them to aim and fire at the enemy's leading cavalry. He ordered all troops to stand ready and prepare fire. The soldiers were told to spread out and form a wall. The guy thought that he was just trying to assess their strength, but did not want to engage them in a fight. Their battle dragons are fast, but they turned their backs on them and decided to run away. Where the white monster passed, huge walls rise up one after another. The man was told that they were picking up speed, and if they stopped now, only the cavalry in the rear would be smashed into each other. He ordered to turn around faster and avoid collision with the wall and to act more widely. It was built around them. They had to run before they were completely surrounded. The soldiers couldn't understand how the wall could have appeared so suddenly. The horsemen struck it, but it didn't leave a scratch. Some might be a little stronger, others a little weaker, but they were all heavy cavalry dragons. He'd never heard of magic capable of instantly erecting such a strong wall. There was a passage left there. They had to get out of there before the walls closed completely. They could regroup as many times as they wanted. The hero used an ice spear and a clearing spell. Kim said that we need to intercept it with fire. The columns diverged to the left and right and stretched vertically. This is the worst possible scenario. The man was told that the disaster was the old man's fault, and that he had proposed a plan based solely on the information he had received. There's no way to turn the tide of the battle, so they must at least eliminate the commander-in-chief. They had to break through the ice spears. The construction of the walls began. The hero thought that he would not be able to compensate for his disappointment. The guy said that if he hadn't hurried, everyone would have been in danger, and he could only hope that they would arrive in time. He managed to kill the enemy cavalry and thinks there are survivors inside the wall. Inside the walls were soldiers from another state. They could destroy them by striking them through the wall with ice spears. It was impossible to let any of them escape. Ars was asked how he came up with such a defense in such a short time. He replied that he had thought about it for a long time. The strength of the Bark cavalry lies in their strategy of outpacing the enemy through rapid maneuvers, which is why they are not equipped with heavy armor. If suddenly a large number of archers appeared on the battlefield and decided to shower them with a volley of arrows, he could protect the horned ones with the help of the wall-building skill. This time they were outnumbered and unarmed, so they had to take risks. He's glad it worked. The man said they could not afford to show mercy to someone who was trying to kill them. He assumed that the hero did not want to kill him even at the tax collector and at Raymond. The man said that if he didn't do this, he would die young and his friends would suffer. He knew what he was talking about. A hero didn't consider it terrible that he defeated his enemies without hesitation, and he didn't deny the value of this world of life and death. If there were ways and means to protect what he needed to protect, he would use them. He has memories of a past life when he lived in the world. In truth, as he had already told his brother, he would prefer to live in peace, tinkering with the land. Well, his path is to use all the knowledge and magic that he has left from his past life to survive in the world, and that is exactly what he is doing now. Hero was told that he came to conquer Einrad and defeated Kim and Miriam in one day. Kim is the direct son of the Lord of Uruk, and Miriam is his assistant. Kim is a young man of only 21 years old, and Miriam is a famous general who has fought in many battles. To this day, many Fountain Knights have died because of them in battles for the hills. But this time he has done too much good. No knight can match him in battle. Therefore, the hero should not take part in the capture of the hill, which is about to begin. Since he had a new role, there was no need to fight. The hero said he understood this. The man said that this battle was partly to test how well the former Raymondites were working for him. He said that if they performed well, their positions would be guaranteed, but if not, their ranks would be reduced. He would simply have to watch from behind to motivate them. The nine-tailed sword was a magical sword wielded by Kim. It was a rare item that, when imbued with magical power, expanded its flames to the size of a sword, like ice within a sword and ice spear. The boy asked if he could definitely take it. The man replied that he would take the sword that Miriam had. They told him he'd done a good job and advised him to rest. The hero received a precious magic sword for going into battle on his own initiative. And in the future, he won't have to be on the front lines. They will all be able to return home together without any casualties. The hero was told that being the first to enter the hill was a great stroke of luck, and Carlos should soon realize it. The boy reflected on how he'd done his part, and yet they were still treating him like this. Someone said that Kim and Miriam were unworthy generals since they suffered defeat at his hands. Ars said he would do his best to win their favor. He hoped he hadn't overdone it. The sword must have been passed down in Uruk's family for generations. He will take good care of it.